Welcome, everyone, to Rebirth, a D&D tale, session 92. Where we had left off, the Lucky Sevens had made their way to the city of the Drow, a underdark dwelling city that is ruled by the Queen herself, Belazerna. They had brought General Roderus of the Grioran Empire to Menzoberranzan in order to discuss a peace treaty and assistance between the Drow and the Grioran Empire to fight off the armies of the Shadowhar, the demon armies of the Shadowhar. And thus, while General Roderus and the Queen Bellicerna are discussing the politics of the matter, the Lucky Sevens have been tasked with clearing out an infestation of illithids. And so, having found themselves from the city into the tunnels of the surrounding Underdark, the Lucky Sevens, with the aid of a map that the Drow had given them, have reunited. The women had gone off in one direction and at a branch, and the men at another, and now have found themselves in each other's company once more. As the tunnels are starting to look more and more like the full nests of the illithids. Having run across individuals of these creatures, and as well as brain-replaced drow amongst their midst, what is it that you, Lucky Sevens, would like to do?
I would like to take the next 10 minutes to cast a spell.
Okay. What spell would that be?
Hero's Feast.
Ooh. The Hero's Feast.
Gives us a chance to eat,
Mm-hmm.
and it's going to take me 10 minutes to put it together.
Mm-hmm.
Take that 1,000 gold piece bowl that I've got encrusted with gems as part of the spell.
Fantastic.
But once it is done, uh, any of the players that partake would be cured of any disease or poison and become immune to poisons,
Okay.
frightened. Uh, all wisdom saving throws are made with advantage. Hit point maximum increases 2d10 and gains the same number of hit points for the next 24 hours.
All right.
So that is going to be 14 for everybody.
So 14 extra hit points, and your current hit points is given that much to match.
Yeah.
I will also make a note of that. I'm also just going to post that in our Discord for those who are not currently present but do plan to be. Alright, so in the meantime, this very bountiful sort of display of foods of all different kinds, the the bounty of the Wild Mother present in every bite. You all, including your companions, Alira and Kaz, also take part in this Heroes Feast, as well as Zephyr, because you can have up to 10 people partake. So, during that time, is there anything else anyone's preparing before diving deeper?
Is there anyone still injured? Or did we just not take injuries that last fight?
I don't recall if there was any injuries that y'all took.
Well, if there are
Uh,
none, then
Let me look
I've got none.
at Alira's sheet.
And it's up to 12 creatures that can
Up to
partake.
12. Okay. Either way, there's
Yeah.
plenty for everybody.
I imagine there's something specifically for each person in this feast, like with Alira. And the first time we met Alira and the food that she prefers,
Fruit she likes,
uh,
yep.
I prefer there's something along those lines as part of this feast specifically for her.
Yeah. Alira had taken a little bit of damage, but it's not something that she couldn't overcome. She's only down by 4 hit points.
Okay,
Maybe a
yeah, in that
scratch.
case, yeah, especially since he's not here right now. I was gonna do Song of Rest, but uh, won't need to then.
Okay. All right. Anyone else preparing something before delving deeper into the mines that uh, now that you all have gathered together for a feast?
Um, Not particularly something I'm preparing so much as a question.
Hmm.
Charm monster.
Charm monster. What about it?
Does does that work on aberrations such as illithids and or intellect devourers?
I believe the ruling on that is any creature because there's charm person, which is a level 2 spell. Charm monster allows you to charm any creature.
Yep, just a creature.
That's phenomenal.
I will note, however, they will be immune to it if they're immune to being charmed. So,
Yeah.
Oh, that's a good point.
Yep. Creatures immune to being charmed can't be charmed by it, but any other creature is fair game.
All right, we'll do our best then. Let's see what we can do with this.
So, Leith, add 14
already did.
HP to you.
Already
Okay,
did.
I wanted to make sure.
Yeah, because I posted it in the Discord for uh, everybody's knowledge.
Yep. I saw the Heroes Feast. We also have an advantage from Wisdom saving throws against being frightened, against Heroes Feast.
Because Heroes Feast, yep, all of those
And
goodies.
poison for the next 24 hours if you weren't.
Die! I'm immune to that. I'll look at it and go, yeah,
Anybody that wasn't is now.
now, yeah. Monks.
Monk.
But, point of order for those who were here last week.
Mm-hmm.
Splitting the party! What was that about?
Well, as an in-character, out-of-character way to say you weren't here.
You know what, that's fine. That's right, because it's just grabbing like, we don't split the party.
No.
Bad things happen when you split the party.
This is why I said you're all back together now.
Interesting things happen and plot changes, maybe?
During your split, not really. Just fights. But now that all of you are getting prepared to delve deeper into the actual nest of the illithids. You're you're getting the you're getting the sense that you're being watched. Doesn't matter where you sit, what you're looking at, who you're sitting by, doesn't matter any of that. You feel a little bit like your hair or scales in the case of Kaz may be standing up on end. Always looking over your shoulder. Maybe starting to feel a little paranoid. Or maybe that's just the Underdark. And the way that it just seems alien, creepy. Maybe it's the machinery and the sort of fleshiness of it that is maybe a little bit eerie to you.
If I might, with everything that we're seeing with the machinery and how the illithids that we've encountered so far have been acting, I would like to make something equatable to an insight check to see if I can kind of understand what it is that they're like. What does it feel like they are organized, like how they're organized, or what?
Okay.
What is the general state of their civilization, I guess is the best way to put it.
Okay. Since you don't know a whole lot of the history on it, I would say yes, that would be an insight check, because you have encountered them, but you haven't encountered them in such a peaceful way. So it's going to be a limited knowledge.
All right. Okay. I'm just going to roll through the roll 20. I didn't want to
If
blow
I
my
can,
dice.
I'd like to assist on that.
Okay.
Oh, thank you.
Advantage then.
Advantage. Click. All right. According to the roll 20, the best I got is a 9.
A 9.
That's the best I got, brother.
They're so alien to you. The humanoids of this world, as you know them now, are so very alien compared to what you had existed through many, many eons ago. But that's understandable. They're humanoids. They're people that are different from how you used to organize, but at the same time the same. So not a whole lot in the way of difference there. When it comes to illithids, they are completely alien. Where you know that aberrations, broadly, are a result of the calamity. The asteroid that came and struck the Dragon City. You know that it's a result of that. That as time has gone on, it seems aberrant creatures seem like mutations of that which is natural. So you know that much for sure, based on your aberration knowledge in general. But illithids seem beyond that. Intelligent. Masterful almost. Cognizant. Sapient? As if they were humanoid-like? Because every other aberration that you've encountered in the wild before are monstrous. They're animalistic. They're surviving on instinct alone. Based on everything that you've seen so far, the fact that they even have a technology of their own, magical, fleshy, there's an intelligence there. The Elder Brain that y'all fought previously is a good example of this. But beyond that, their tactics seem alien. Their movements are alien. The way that they even maybe try to speak to you, if they do, is alien. And maybe that puts you off a little. Maybe you don't.
Oh, it absolutely. It absolutely puts me off, and that's also why I feel like I have to know, considering all the shit we've seen. But I can't know what I can't know, so that's acceptable. Some knowledge is better left not knowing, to be fair. And I'm probably the one person to fully and heartily accept that truth. So.
And that's kind of also how you feel about it, since you assisted Vanya.
Yeah, that's fair.
Hey, if you want to know things about the Illithids, maybe you should ask the guy who was held by them for like 50 fucking years. Longer, actually. A lot longer, but, you know. You forget, that's where you found us, me and Alira.
Yep.
Speaking of,
weren't awake during that time.
Cause, what do you remember about being held in that goo?
Cause bits and pieces, you were asleep for most of it.
Oh, yeah, but the thing is that humanoid minds are actually very open to osmosis of information whilst they're asleep. You wouldn't believe how many people remember information that was spoken around them whilst they've been asleep.
Or in a coma.
Or in a coma. Especially one that's artificially induced, like being kept as food
then I
in a glorified fridge.
Then I'm going to make this a roll, because there's the chance that you remember it a bit.
Cool.
And the chance that you don't. So,
what's
that's going to be history.
History? Yeah, okay, I could do that. I like history. History is a nice skill for me. I'm proficient in it, even.
Yeah.
That's a 21.
Ooh, nice. Very nice. They're intelligent. Extremely so. They primarily speak through telepathy. Kind of in a way where it's more like not directed at you, but it's more of an area, much like normal speech would be, where anyone who can hear.
They just project a mental field of thoughts.
Yeah.
That then, if you are in the range and are of a certain intelligence, you can then pick up, which is an exceptionally good hunting tactic, because it means that if they feel that you can hear them, it means you're smart enough for them to eat you.
And they're very, very skilled at entrapping those with a high intelligence. The drow being their primary food source.
Yes.
You do remember bits and pieces of lots and lots of drow being stuffed in those pods, much like yourself, saving maybe you for later as an exotic meal.
Yeah, and look how that turned out with them.
But perhaps you can even sympathize with them a little, in that food sources being scarce makes any creature desperate. And their one food source is down here. And it is also very intelligent.
Oh, like on that front, they are just like any other animal. Humanoid or not. You cannot begrudge an animal the things that make it an animal. Despite how intelligent they are, They are driven by physiological need. This is understandable. They are aberrant. They are alien. But on this point, they are still animals. They can still be understood. At least in the base ways that animals act. They fight when they're cornered. They hunt when they're hungry. They require food to survive. The only thing is that they're also hive-minded to an elder brain. That's something I know specifically because of the fact that I murdered one. So I wonder if that other Elder Brain's little broadcast that I thought it was doing did actually reach these guys, and as soon as I find the Elder Brain here, it's gonna be fucking afraid of me. I told them to fear me. Maybe they did. Maybe subconsciously I planted that within the hive mind.
Does each nest have one of these hive minds that are connected to?
Usually, the cerebral leader of a elder brain, as it's called in more recent texts, is the nexus of the illithid psychic link. That's not to say there aren't societies that don't have such a thing. But it is what they tend to cultivate, usually.
Elira speaks up. I can agree with this.
So I wonder, are we walking into a society that's got one? Or do they not? Because how things go from then on, that'll determine the course of action that we need to take.
We are getting close, however. It is starting to notice us.
The brains have eyes everywhere. They can pick up on not necessarily the thoughts, but the mental signatures of anything that gets close enough that has sufficient mental capacity. It too can identify food, just passively.
Well, we took care of one once. We can do it again.
Oh yes, we most certainly can.
This time, maybe I can even help.
Ah, that's right. You weren't there.
Well, as
You missed
long
some
as
fun.
you don't sacrifice yourself again for the rest of us, don't see that being a problem.
There were a lot of things to pay back for what I had to deal with. I'm looking forward to this.
Then shall we get moving?
Yeah.
And Elira picks up her sword and shield and will kind of take point, unless there is another marching order in which you guys want to arrange yourselves.
I'll stand next to Alira and walk with her.
Okay.
I assume wherever I am, my drift globe is around me.
Yep. 200%.
We'll put the. Oh, go ahead.
Vanya's probably up front a little more, helping track.
Okay. As you are a very tracky individual.
As the very squishy individual that I am, I'm going to find a nice place somewhere in the center of all of the less squishy individuals.
And our Arya will find herself flanked by cars, because he is the drifter in the point order. He can be anywhere at any time. He can be at the front. He can be at the back. In literal blink of an eye.
Okay. So the order I'm kind of looking at here is that Alira and Karobe are the two in the front. Arya and Kaz are in the middle, and Lagan and Vanya are in the back, and Zephyr is up, kind of meandering between the front and the back.
Yeah, okay.
So that's
That works.
what I'm kind of looking at here.
I think Vanya wanted to be ahead of us scouting.
Yeah, because the tracking.
Oh, do you want to be in the very front then?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so maybe
Because
Vanya.
I can't track from the back.
Lagan is
Vanya,
fine in the
then
back by
Karobe
himself.
Okay, Lagan.
Yeah, he's a big boy, and he's got cars for support if he needs it. So
Okay. So we got Vanya up front, then Alira and Karobe, then Zephyr, then Kaz and Arya, then Lagan. Because these tunnels do tend to get a little narrower as they're more intentionally carved than natural caverns. They're also affixed with the light sources that you would see that the illithids use to kind of brighten up a space. That even though they are underdark dwelling creatures, they are still very much dependent on various light sources, none of which are very bright, but the drift globe does give you the sight that you need for more daytime sort of lighting in here. The drift globe's light expands 60 feet and then 60 feet again, correct?
I know I usually have my sword out as a torch, too.
yes. Drift globe is 60-foot bright light, 60 feet of dim light beyond that.
Okay. So it's 60 and 60. Okay. So you've got some pretty good coverage on
We got
daylight.
illumination.
Yeah, daylight daylight-like light levels. So, does also mean that anything within that 120 feet is likely going to notice your light source, depending on how stealthy you'll want to be. So, how are y'all going about marching down here? Are you just going to run
Vanya would have cast Pass Without Trace right before they left.
I would be as quiet as I can be.
Okay.
And Pass Without Trace will help with that.
And Pass Without Trace
Yeah.
will definitely help.
There's a reason why I keep the spell.
Okay.
Because I still roll at disadvantage.
So I have
What'd you do?
I've got my roll.
Oh no.
I'm rolling a disadvantage for Alira because she's in plate armor right now.
And it would be for the same reason that Alira is rolling at disadvantage.
Well,
Gotta get you guys some mithril. Really, we gotta get you guys some mithril plate.
Well, she rolled a 15 on the dice, which isn't bad.
Ooh.
Plus 10.
Plus 10,
Yep,
so that's
plus
25.
So 25 plus whatever a modifier is.
Which is
I've
4,
got-
so 29.
I've
31. You cut out there, Mojo.
got 23 total.
23, nice, very nice.
Also 23 total.
Okay. Karobe?
Stealth check with a plus
What?
10.
Oh. I rolled it, but I forgot Oh, that is... Am I still at a -1? No, I forgot I switched. That is a 31.
Ooh.
Ooh, up there with me.
And cause natural 20.
40.
Yep.
You're invisible.
Because
You
monk.
No, actually, it's just because of the fact that I have a +6 dexterity and I'm proficient in stealth.
It's true. It's true.
Nothing, literally nothing to do with Monk. It's just the rest of him.
Yep. He's just a sneaky boy. He's just a sneaky boy in general. Anyway, so
I thought about taking Prodigy.
bro. Quiet as the tunnels are still. Each of your footsteps make no noise. You are silent. To each other, as well as to maybe whatever else be lurking in these tunnels. You go from this sort of pincer point where you all had met up and began your final preparations into which leads into a single tunnel continuing downward. Aside from your drift globe, this place would otherwise be black until those tunnels start to include actual walls, and those walls start to include magical light fixtures, start to include terminals that may or may not be powered, that start to include bricks, start to include more along the lines of what you have seen in the Drow architecture, mixed in with this fleshy metal of the Illithid's style. Other cities, as you come to realize as you continue to travel, other cities that had been taken. This being one such place. When you think about how far you've traveled so far, you're several miles away from the capital city. An outpost, maybe? A village? Another city? As you go through this hallway, you see that the cavern opens up yet again like it did with the capital city, where you see structures toppled, some intact, lights that are dim of the fluorescent mushrooms that the Drow use to the same sort of eerie purplish light sources that you've seen of the Illithids. The hairs on the back of your neck never lay flat. Your fears and your paranoia never get assuaged as you approach this place. And so, wait, did I lose sound? I lost sound. I can't hear anything.
Oh, can you?
Hello?
Hello?
You can't hear anything?
Oh no.
Oh no.
Shit.
No.
Technical.
My headset
Technical
has
difficulty.
completely died.
Oh,
Rip.
Hang on.
User error.
One moment, folks. As you all in the stream probably can still hear me, but I cannot hear my cast, so I'll be 1 second. Welcome back, everyone. After a little bit of technical difficulties, we are back with the Lucky Sevens making their way from the exterior tunnels to the actual nest where these illithids have begun to make roost. And particularly, Alira, you have started to notice remnants of an old drow village. One that hasn't been inhabited by the drow for quite some time. It's only a couple of miles from the capital city, but has gone dark for many years before even you were locked away in a cell by these creatures. The only settlement left of the drow that you're aware of is the capital city. And that continues to expand into the rock face as the population of the drow are increasing. But you also know that the drow are the primary source of food for the illithids, that venturing out anywhere outside of the city walls means you'll be captured for either transformation or for food. That's how these
I look
creatures
upon
work.
the remnants. I look upon the remnants. It's pitiable. I try and imagine what this place must have looked like when it was fully occupied. I start to study it, like I did when I was beyond the wall. I start looking for the signs of battle, illithid incursion, the way the mind flayers operate, small holes in floors, allowing those tiny little creatures they end up using to get inside your head, that bore in and operate your body like a puppet. It's difficult. And from that point, I start the tracking process, start looking around for where they may have gone.
All the tracking has led you here. And this place is starting to be overtaken, or has been overtaken, by illithid technology and structures for some time. The cavern of this settlement, not nearly as big as the capital city, but enough to give this sort of chasm for the city to live in. Structures within this chasm are now a mix of drow architecture and illithid architecture, a combination of using what is left over from when the city was a city. You feel it. The hairs on the back of your neck stand up on end. You can feel like something is watching you. It knows you're here. Even though that you and your party have been incredibly silent walking your way through the tunnels leading up to this place, you know that they know that you're somewhere in the vicinity. They only need find you. you begin seeing the little brains on legs scurrying around the the ground of this place, munching on mushrooms. Little creatures of the Underdark, whether it be the bugs or the blind rats or any other such creature that dwells down here, that's maybe the only food source that it sees at the moment. But you know they can't subsist that way.
Now, for that, they need us. I gesture with my sword. Take a quick look at the others. Very quick, so I don't leave my eyes away from the front here for too long. There. They know we're here. I would anticipate ambush. The main line will end up here continuing to seek us out, but they have their scouts. They're crawling all around here. My suggestion is to prepare any countermeasures. Element of surprise is gone, my dear friends.
Then we don't separate. Stick close together. Eyes up. Spot anything, call it.
Karobe pipes up. So we're just running in then.
If they know we're coming, then they're preparing. Charge the ambush when it springs. Till then, we remain cautious as ever. Failure even once could simply end up leaving you mindless in one fashion or another.
They know we're here. They don't necessarily know that we know that they know. That's the bargaining chip. Let's use it. I'm gonna keep my eyes open for signs of an ambush.
Okay. I would like you to make a perception check then.
I will happily make a perception check.
I would like to assist if possible.
Oh, I'm glad you did, because that second roll was a natural 20.
Ooh.
And with my +7, that is 27.
You start looking around. Now, do you have dark vision, or do you have any other sight besides bright light?
Not yet, I don't.
That would limit your range.
To 120 feet, yes.
Yes, so in dim lights, in dim light you would get a...
Actually, question, are we in darkness? Because there's light fixtures on the walls.
Yeah, so it's considered dim light throughout the rest of the complex.
It's dim light, so
Yeah.
in that case, the assistance to advantage would negate it to regular.
Yeah.
In which case, that is a 22.
Okay, still pretty good. So the dim light of the complex, I guess you would call it. Again, very alien in architecture and everything, but you look around and you and Vanya kind of look throughout this large sort of outcropping in the underdark rock, and you spot one. You spot someone who may have seen you. As you start to get closer towards the city, it also looks like the little brains on legs are starting to sniff out, if you could call it that, where you might be located. They also seem to have detected that you're nearby. But you are fairly certain that there's someone in a tower that has spotted.
It's actually made actual physical eyesight rather than just I'm aware of your presence within X feet of me.
Yes.
And more, I have actually spotted you. You are here, traveling in this direction. Okay.
They may have spotted you. Now, you all have done extremely well on your stealth checks, so you have spotted them. You're not sure if they've spotted you yet. As in, actually seen you.
I think Kaz will tap Vanya on the shoulder and kind of gesture up to...
She's going to give him a nod and motion for the group to try to stay out of the line of sight of that area.
Okay.
Kind of pointing out what could possibly get physical sight on us, because the other ones are walking blind otherwise. They just know that we're here within X feet.
Yes.
But if they can't physically see us, that gives us, at the very least, some modicum of surprise, because it's like, oh, well, we know that they're within 300 feet, but we're within 300 feet, right?
Right. And with some knowledge that Alira would have granted you as well, the little brains with legs don't necessarily have eyes and can sense you when you get close enough. As far as your actual position, but as far as detecting your presence, they may be a little more on edge right now, but they don't quote unquote see you yet.
Okay. Then let's go and keep an eye out for anything that may physically spot us, because that's really what'll give up the jig. That and the little brains. And the little brains we can deal with getting spotted by a straight up illithid. Those ones can call in for backup. The little brains with legs, they can't really call in for backup. They can only sniff out and try and consume your brains.
Yeah. They're more like animals in that sense.
Yeah. So let's keep our wits about us and keep moving.
Yep.
I have dropped the dice. Okay. So you continue to move, making sure to stay out of line of sight of this. You think it's an illithid that you've spotted in a tower. That you keep your eyes on these little brain creatures, knowing that they're aware and maybe starting to patrol and see if they can sniff out any of you. But don't seem to have spotted you yet with their unseeing brain. You continue to walk, and you know that your task down here is to get rid of the full infestation. So, is there anything that would allow you to be undetected by blind sight?
No, there is nothing. There's actually nothing in the game that allows you to be undetected by blind sight because of the fact that it can detect hidden things, invisible things.
Yep.
You basically have to go intangible into the ethereal. You have to basically have like etherealness or something like that to avoid blind sight.
And that would be something that Alira would know, having dealt with these creatures many years. Is as soon as you start getting close enough to them to try and like take them out, they would spot you. But staying outside of that range, you can sneak by them if you would like, if you can like to continue doing so.
Yeah, that might. I don't know. That might be the plan. But at the same time, if we get spotted, we basically have to jump it and kill it before it can react.
Which they're not terribly hardy creatures. They're easily dealt with, but if they spot you, they spot you. And one might go running if you're in a group. If you catch a group of them.
Yeah.
So what would you like to do?
What are you thinking, guys? Sneak around or jump them and hope that we can just clear the entire lot?
We end up trying to clear the entire lot right now. You're going to end up bringing in even more. Even if we do end up performing it, they are going to end up coming in stronger number.
Sneak around it is.
Okay. So, Alira, you would know that every colony of illithids has, for one, a hatchery where they produce their tadpoles for reproduction. They have the food storage, as well as, a hostage storage where they keep everything that they intend to eat or convert that they've been able to capture. You also know that typically they would also have the primary nest of the elder brain of the group, pretty much. You know that these structures would exist here. Now, where they are, you could do you can do a survival check to see if you can find evidence of where they would be, or it would be you trying to use their consoles and things in order to try and learn this from anything they may have stored as far as like data or whatever.
I can do that survival check. Track them down.
You want to track them down?
Yeah.
Okay.
Alright.
Then a survival check it is.
$25.
Okay. So which one are you looking for?
Nests. The nesting.
So like the tadpole nest where they hatch their tadpoles, or what are we talking about?
Yeah. Yeah, the tadpoles.
Yeah. Because that'll also be where the elder brain is, because they swim in the elder brain. The tadpoles swim in the elder brain's brine.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So you start looking for the evidence of where this location would be, and you start entering deeper into the city. Now, the number of the illithids and creatures that are dwelling in this place have started to be a little bit more in number surrounding this structure. There's intellect devourers, there's maybe a couple of illithid that you spot. You also see a number of drow just patrolling like they're on guard duty. And they're all kind of guarding the entrance of this place. You probably count 3 of each. Just within this vicinity.
At least it gets us closer to the tadpole nest.
But it does look heavily guarded at the moment, so what do y'all intend to do?
I think the best thing we can end up doing is gain a moment of position. Get as close as we can. Get ready to end up taking them quick before the elder brain within the pool, if there is one, decides to rise and join into the conflict. At the very least, we might be able to down 1 or 2 quickly.
Okay. So you're looking to get into a bit of a position. Let me kind of organize some things over here for just that. Okay. So, y'all are all positioning in kind of outside the range of the quote unquote sites that you would know about the intellect devourers, right?
Yes.
So outside of 60 feet.
Yep.
Okay. Let me set up a little couple of duders. I not have a third intellect devourer in my little chest here? I may not. I may have to sub him with somebody.
Sprites work.
No. Ah. Well, that one fell off. Never mind. We'll pretend a gazer is one of them. And then a couple of drow. Okay. So this is kind of what you see at the front of the building. Oops, hang on. I need to actually set up the camera for my encounter. Because it's not showing up. Here we go. Alright, so this is kind of what you see. You see that there are 3 intellect devourers. There's one here, and one here. You see that the 3 drow are kind of all in front of the place, and then the illithids kind of look like they're going in and out of the structure to do various things. So you're kind of catching them in a shift change, maybe. So what would you like to do? You all are kind of outside of like 60 feet of them. At least. So you can be further away if you like.
And whilst they are aware of our presence, they don't know in what direction we are, so we can still get the drop on them with a surprise round.
You can indeed.
Yep.
So, with a surprise round granted to you, what do the lot of you want to do before combat starts?
Those 4 up top, are they all within 5 feet of each other?
They're 10 feet apart from each other. Everyone seems to be 10 feet apart. Except for maybe these
Even
two.
those... Yeah, those are the ones I was talking about.
Yeah, these two are 5
that
feet
4th one
apart.
up...
This one here is... Yeah, it was on a dot, but I can put it close enough.
Yeah.
Her
and then that 4th one, I assume, is out of 5 feet range.
Yeah, it's out of range. The intellect devourer's out of range.
Okay. Okay.
So you are going to shoot a thing. I imagine it's going to be a hail of thorns.
Yeah. Unless anyone has anything else that they're going to do first. They're going to get the first volley in and...
Go for it. Opening salvo.
Okay.
All
Yep.
right.
That will be a...
So who are you
Let's make
aiming
it
at
a little
as your
juicy
primary
and
target?
do it at... Well, the drow. What's
drow?
up there?
Okay. So the drow is your primary target.
Yep. And this will be at level 4. Because juicy.
Juicy.
Let's see here. I need to switch over to this real fast. 23 to hit.
Hits.
Okay. You gonna have them do that dex check, or am I just automatically getting it?
Oh, roll your damage first. Your arrow damage first.
That is 8 points of damage.
Okay, so 8 on that. So the drow is a dexterity save of 17.
That'll pass, but he's still going to take half damage.
Okay. The illithid is a dex save of 15.
Does not pass.
And the intellect devourer is a dex save of... Where's its dex? There it is. 8!
Fail. Those that failed are taking 29 points of damage, and then the one that succeeded is taking half.
Well, that does it for the intellect devourer that's in its midst. Because that guy
Love it.
full on exploded in an array of thorns. And it was half as much on the drow, which is 29, 15.
14.
No, 14. Yep, because that's rounded down.
Yep. I said juicy.
Juicy
A
indeed.
juicy.
Juicy indeed. Okay. So, what the rest of you doing? You all are minimum 60 feet away. in order to get not
So-
get detected.
Oh. Not yet detected. Oh, jeez.
You know what? I'm just gonna give Arya the floor here because, 60 feet with how she does things, that's the perfect distance. So, go off, Queen.
Oh, God. Yeah, let's see. Where are these guys? I can't see them on the
Okay.
battle screen.
So they're. You might have to blow up the
I did.
thing, but you have an intellect power here, Illithid, Drow, Illithid, Drow, Illithid, power. They're all kind of inlined right here in the front entrance of the facility.
So, I will note there is no INT, but there are 7, and fuck it, I don't care how big the room is, I cast Fireball.
Yeah, why not?
Okay.
Start it off with a bang.
Yep.
You have been waiting for this moment your entire life.
Well, let's pretend
I'm gonna cast it at 5th level.
Okay. So we're gonna pretend this is 20 feet across instead. So where are you positioning it? Because we can probably get the most guys.
As many people as I can get in all at once.
So I think based on, because I don't have a circle that's 20-foot circle, I think what I can do is you'll get all but this little guy right here.
That's perfect. I would love that.
You would love that. Okay.
I would absolutely love that.
Okay. So we're gonna roll a bunch.
Alright, so they need to make dex saves. Yeah.
So I got 3 drow who need to make dex saves.
The DC spell save is 19, so. And they still take half damage.
Yep. They
If
all
they succeed.
have a 14 and lower, so they're going to fail.
Oh shit.
Yeah. We have 3 illithids. Whom I'll get a 15 and lower, so they all fail. And then I have 1 intellect devourer, and he is squishy as hell, so let's see what he does. How is it that you are the one who dodges at an 18?
The DC's 19.
Oh, well, DC 19
Yeah.
and 100% failure
Yeah.
rate.
Yeah! Yes!
Yeah.
Okay. That's a whole 29 damage. Just for funsies, I want to use some sorcery points. There's something in here that lets me reroll damage die if I remember right.
Empowered spell. I
Uh,
believe.
uh, uh. And I think, I'm pretty sure, I'm like 90% sure. I'm not 90% sure. I don't have empowered spell. My bad.
Oh,
But that's okay. 29 still fucks.
You
Not too
killed the intellect devourer.
They're very aware of us now.
Oh yeah. Oh, yes,
Gee,
absolutely.
I wonder why.
Just calculating HP. God, math. Math sucks.
And you're playing a game that is based Round math.
Go on. Yes. Yes, indeed.
Okay.
So you instantly pop the second intellect devourer, and the rest are very hurt with flames.
Good.
Good job.
I mean business.
You mean business.
I mean business.
Yep. And that's
Let's go.
Yep. You would have had to move up within 60 feet if you had been anywhere else, but that is where you are currently. So who would like to go next? Lagan?
I am going to cast Insect Plague.
Does that have a 60-foot range?
300 feet. 20-foot sphere.
20-foot spear. Well, you can basically do the same thing.
I want to place it to actually include the one that she missed.
So you would have a choice
So
of
the
either
one-
hitting it or hitting the illithid. You can get the rest, though.
I want to be able to hit this one that was missed.
The intellect devourer. Okay.
Yeah. I don't like those things.
Okay.
And that a con save, I believe.
Con save? Okay.
Let me pull up my Insect Plague again. Yeah, 300 feet, 20-foot sphere. Yeah, con save.
Con save on the intellect devourer first, which is a 14.
That's going to be a fail. You got to get a 17 or higher.
17 higher. Okay. For the 2 mind flares that would be caught in your bubble. One of them passes with an 18. So he's
Okay, so he'll take damage.
yeah. We'll say it's number 2. Okay. Number 2 passes, but number 3 does not. And then 3 drow. Ooh, that one might pass. 1 passes with a 23. The others is a 17 and a 15.
Okay, the 17 passed, the 15 fails. For everything that failed, that's going to be 36 points of damage. What type of damage is it? Piercing from all of my wasps that come out and surround and sting these things.
Which pops this
You
guy
gotta imagine
instantly.
getting subjected to an insect plague spell has to suck.
Yeah,
like
it
getting
does.
beaten to death by locusts or stung to death by wasps. Like, just imagine that for a second. That shit must. That has to suck.
That's unfortunate. Yep.
Oh, just
Okay.
like already playing around. Lagan's not playing around either. Yeah, that's 36 piercing, so halved will be
18. Yep.
18.
Yep. Nope. That's wrong. I mathed wrong. Oof, indeed. Okay. Yeah, a surprise round has been very beneficial to y'all so far. Okay, so last up would be Kaz and Alira. And
Go for it, Kaz.
Okay. So Kaz being outside of 60 feet, he's gonna run up with his speed
Okay. Speed is currently
50 feet.
50. Okay. Which would put you right here.
Yes. Do I want to be more than that? What's in front of me?
An infested drow.
An infested drow. Okay.
Does insect plague maintain over that sphere or not?
It's a 20-foot sphere.
So it
Let me
explodes
see.
in insects and then dissipates, right?
No, it's a concentration spell for 10 minutes.
Okay. So you would be
That's
at risk of running into insects.
Let's see. I'm trying to read. Yeah.
Widely obscure, difficult terrain.
Yep.
Must also make the saving throw when it enters the spell area for the first time on a turn or ends its turn there.
Yep.
Yeah.
Which means you,
Okay.
in order to get this close,
You would have
Am
to
I
make
in
the
the
saving
field?
throw.
you would have to make the save. Yeah, because the center of it was like right here.
And
then 20 feet out.
There.
Because I wanted to catch all of them.
Okay, so I didn't know it was concentration, so I would back up to just like
Outside the
just
insects?
rolling this back a little bit, just outside the sphere.
Okay. It'd be right about there, equivalent.
Do you have your cone template?
What size cone?
20 foot?
I got a 30. Do I have a 20? Nope. Sadly, I do not know where my 20 went. So, we'll just pretend to...
Rishu.
Well,
Yeah.
do part of a 30. So you are... Not
20.
yeah, not close
Yeah,
enough.
so I'm actually not close enough. So if I want to do the thing, I have to get in the sphere.
Yep.
Balls.
Yeah,
You know what?
'cause
All right, sure. I'll rush the rest of the
10 feet.
movement
to
speed
get
up
there.
and make the save.
It would also cost half movement. Since it's difficult to
I
read.
ignore difficult terrain.
Oh, do you?
Yeah, because
Yeah,
I'm
monk.
the fast movement allows me to ignore difficult terrain. So
Okay. So you can get within 10 feet of them.
yeah, so I will take. I definitely succeeded with a 21.
So you still
So
take half.
I'll take half.
It's 18, or I can re-roll it.
Yeah, reroll damage every turn that something enters.
Yeah.
Okay, so 12, 20, 26 halved would be 13.
Yep. So
Sure.
13 for cause.
Stingy. Ouchie.
Ouchie, ouchie. Bugs.
But you know what? It's fine.
Lots of bugs.
Because there's about to be a hell of a lot of fire.
Okay.
I'm going to take the attack action. And
Okay.
the first thing I'm going to do is, get the cone template. I want to go in the direction that'll hit the most.
You can hit the two in front of you. The others are out of range.
Can I tilt the cone to hit the two closer to the top?
Does these two appear?
Yeah. I mean, I'll obviously hit the one in front.
It's just out of range.
Just out of range? Alright,
Yeah.
so I'll take the, I'll
So these
take
two
the
you
two
can hit
then.
for sure.
Yep, alright. Could you please then go ahead and maketh me a
Well,
dexterity saving throw?
They both rolled 3 on the dice, and I don't think a 10's gonna do it.
Nope. And
So-
this is going to be...
Roll some damage.
It billows out like clouds to begin with. But, Aria, given your knowledge of the Draconic, you've seen this before.
Oh,
Sometimes lightning-breathing dragons don't breathe a pure line of lightning. they breathe a line of fog that then has lightning arc between them like storm clouds.
Oh!
So these guys are going to be taking a full 24 points of lightning damage.
Ooh, ouch, indeed. Okay. They're looking pretty hurt. All of the drow are.
Cool. There is one within 10 feet of me.
There is.
It's taken a blade to the face.
Okay, roll attack.
Because not only 10-foot reach, but I can also yank it towards me if I want. So I am gonna stick a blade in its face. That is a... That is a... A 30 to hit.
Oh! Fuck, man. 30 it's definitely gonna hit.
That'll be 16 points of slashing damage and 4 points of necrotic damage.
It is dead, but you do not claim a soul.
Yeah, no, they're probably already devoured. And then I'm gonna bonus action dash the fuck away so that I don't get stung by more wasps. I'm gonna move to just outside. I'm gonna move to just outside the sphere. It is 50 feet of movement, but I'm gonna move to just outside the sphere.
Okay. So put you right here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Ouchie!
Ouch! 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 Bugs indeed.
Alira and Karobe do have a turn left, and then we get to go into actual initiative.
If there's anything left of them. So what you gonna do, Alira?
Problem. Oh, I got a problem. I don't actually have a ranged option that I'm seeing here that can actually help. And given the fact that Kaz can sprint at 1,000,000 miles per hour, which just puts him in combat, that means even if I sprint and use up my entire turn, I don't have anything I can end up doing at that point. So
correction, you all started outside of 60 feet. In order to get close, you can go 30 feet, and then from there, then do something you would like to do at a range of 30 feet or more.
Yeah, and that would just be movement with no dash required.
Yeah. So if you have something that can do a 30-foot range, you can get within reach of that.
No, I don't have anything that's within 30 feet outside of move 30 feet and the swing, but I need to dash in to do that.
Yeah.
But
Paladin.
If you would like to get just outside of the range of the insects, we can put you where a cause is as well. If you wanted to spend your turn doing that.
That probably would be the best. That would probably be for the best at this point.
Okay, so we'll spend your turn getting up next to cause.
And I mean, hey, we've got another turn coming up after this as well, because this was a surprise round, so we've got actual initiative.
For Karobe, starts at 60 feet, and then is going to do similar. He's going to use his movement and action to get up there, because I think his movement is 30. Yes, he has standard speed, so he's just going to get up close enough to be just outside the insect plague for now, since he can't really do anything more beyond that, which concludes all of your turns for the surprise. So let's roll some initiative, y'all. I'm gonna roll for Karobe first.
I have a 5.
Karobe's is a 12.
I have a 22.
You're gonna find this hilarious. I can find it.
Oh wait, is that a?
That's a now one for initiative.
A nat
Oh,
1?
Oh.
I am dead last.
You guys,
Nat
what
one.
did you just roll?
Nat one.
A nat one.
Yep.
One.
On initiative.
So
One is
Alira is going before Vanya.
Okay. Arya, your initiative.
Sorry, Vanya and Zephyr.
Initiative in the roll 20, it was a natural 18 plus 2, so 20.
20?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so 20 for Arya. And then Lagon?
18.
Okay, let's see. Who do I have left? I have my 3 drow. Who are there? Got 3 illithids. Yikes, you're gonna kill all my monsters before I even get a turn. Because they got a 3. Okay.
So
So,
monsters off earlier too. Right?
Yep. Okay. That being said, top of actual round 1 cause. You are-
Okay. Going
Yeah.
back into the bugs doesn't sound. Going back into the bugs doesn't sound like the greatest idea. Truth be told.
Mm-mm.
I'm 20 at a minimum 20 feet away from every enemy.
Yep. Center of the bugs is like right here.
Okay.
Like right here, I think. Yeah, right here.
Yeah, it is. That suits me, actually. That suits me just fine. There's 2 guys up at the corner.
Up here?
Would you say that guy's like 25 feet away from me? Sure, is it close to like 40?
Currently, if we were to measure that a little bit, 35 or 40
35 or 40.
from where you are currently.
You know what? Okay. That's fine with me. I'm gonna stick back. I'm gonna hold up my palm.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna doodle a rune on my palm. And Lagarde, you would know what this rune is. It's Dresh, the rune for dragon. And I'm gonna cast Chromatic Orb, because I have that as a spell that requires no material components, because it's from rune cover.
Pew pew.
So
Alright.
I'm going to launch a Chromatic Orb at that there drow. If that's an illithid, then it's not the illithid.
Nope, that's a drow. And I believe Chromatic Orb is a spell attack roll, sir.
It is a spell attack roll. Indeed it is. Using... I should actually probably check what it's using. I believe it is indeed Wisdom.
Wisdom.
But that doesn't matter because it's a natural 20. So I'm just gonna go ahead and roll all 6 of these d8 now.
Okay, and what element
It's
are you
lightning.
using?
It's lightning.
Lightning?
Yeah.
Dope.
Mm. $21, 28, 36. That's gonna be 41 points of lightning damage on a critical hit at
Yep,
Chromatic Orb.
that one is also donezoed.
he's gonna kick it too. He's not gonna throw. He's gonna kick it at them like a soccer ball. Just
Like a soccer ball, like a Cinderace.
yeah.
Okay.
That is actually
That is an action for you to do.
bonus. Yeah, it is. But bonus action.
Okay.
I know Arya has, but you may have also, and for everyone else who's maybe met General Redirius,
Which is everyone here.
there's a certain pressure that begins to exert from Kaz as he looks at the what is remaining. I'm gonna go ahead and pop my aspect of the worm.
Ooh.
It would be a frightful presence for creatures, a creature that I choose within 10 feet, but that's not why I'm activating it. Everyone now has poison resistance. Not poison resistance, acid resistance.
Okay.
Because I get to pick a damage resistance, and I haven't had the chance to use this feature before, even though I gained it at level 11 like 40 XP ago. So I'm like, fuck it, I'm popping it because I want to use it.
Yep.
So everyone within 10 feet of Cars now has acid resist.
That would be Alira and Kurobe for the moment.
Yeah.
Is it a persistent aura, or it just goes off once?
It's a persistent aura.
Okay.
For the
Persistent
next
aura.
minute.
Next minute, persistent aura of poison resist. Alright. Or acid resist.
Because we already have immunity to poison from the Hero's Feast.
From Hero's Feast, yep.
And I just have it natural. So
Yeah. So...
that's the end of my turn.
Fantastic. Arya.
Let's give them. Let's give them some pew pew pew.
Pew pew pew.
Kind of pew pew pew. You have so many kinds to pick from.
I
What
know.
What kind do you want to give them?
Yep.
I'm just gonna go with the standard magic missile because I have plenty of spell slots with that.
Yep.
We're gonna choose. There's a couple guys here. Which one?
Got one Drow, and you got 3 Illithids.
Which one looks most bloodied?
This one right here.
Okay, I'm gonna send some PPPs onto him. So let's see. That is just 3.
3 at a d4 plus 1 each.
You, yeah. Go ahead and roll the damage on that then.
3d4 plus 1.
3d4 plus 3, because it's 1d4 plus 1 per missile.
Oh, yep. Pew pew pew! That's 13 damage.
Ooh, nice. Yeah, he's gone.
Yay! Okay. As long as I can clear the field, I'm content. There's really not a lot I can do furthering my action at this moment. So I'm just gonna go ahead and hold
Okay.
with that.
Finish
yeah.
your turn. Okay.
Sounds good.
Lagon. You.
Anything ill in my spear is going to take 24 points of piercing damage from my insect.
That knocks.
That
both of
that
these
won't
guys.
be yet. They get to make to so it doesn't deal damage until they end their turn in the sphere.
Which, yeah, they haven't done yet. So
Right. They haven't moved.
no, they haven't moved
Yep.
yet.
So it'll be at the end of their turn. If they haven't moved out of the sphere, they'll be making the save.
Okay, but you're still concentrating.
The wording is, yeah, I'm not dropping that. It's a 10-minute thing.
Okay.
Unless everybody's gone, I will move up to the edge of my sphere
Okay.
of insects.
And you now have acid resistance.
Yep. Anything else you're doing with your turn aside from moving?
No, I mean, anything else? Well, you know what? I will use my bonus action, and I will cast Spiritual Weapon.
Yeah, spiritual weapon.
Here at that I was outside the range of my sphere.
Yeah.
Yep.
The one that's on the other end.
Oh, this guy?
The Elithid. Yeah, he was the one that was outside of the range of the spear.
Yep, that's indeed
Because
true.
So.
Make an
Give him the
attack
mark.
roll.
Using wisdom.
So 18 to hit.
Hits.
Okay. And that was originally, I believe, 2.
If you just cast it at the base level, it's just 1.
It's 1d8.
I believe it is, yes. Plus
Yeah.
spellcasting.
Yeah, because I didn't. I'm not increasing it.
Major weapon. Yep, 1d8 plus spellcasting ability modifier, so 1d8 plus your wisdom.
So that's going to be 11 points of force damage, I believe that is.
Hot damn. Rolling heavy. Okay. Well, with a bit of a spiritual hammer coming down and wrecking face on some tentacle face, you're maintaining your insect plague otherwise. Anything you want to spend your action on doing?
There's nothing really can do. I'm too far out of range for me to throw my hammer at anybody.
Yeah.
Well, that would be
Yeah,
an
it's
advantage.
2060, right?
Yeah. It'd be a
Yeah, so
disadvantage.
you can throw it at disadvantage.
Who's the closest one?
The drow right here is closest to you.
And yeah, natural one's not gonna do it.
Nah.
That's
Whoa. Stop. The fuck did you just roll?
I rolled a 19 and a 1.
On
Hold
disadvantage.
on. It's that second die roll.
The natural one throwing you off. I do roll them. They do exist on my dice. I promise you. It's just rare that I ever roll them.
Very rarely does Mojo actually.
Derek is now learning that Mojo does indeed roll natural ones from time to time, and he is very he hurt himself in his confusion.
Something's not right with the universe right now. I don't know exactly what it is, but I can feel it.
Look, last week you were the one rolling natural 20s, my dude.
Oh, ask Spence about my dice luck in Reno.
Mm.
Oh yeah,
I'm just saying, certain things have to maintain in the universe. That's all.
5 successes on 17 dice with a willpower. Like,
bro, I've been there.
Yeah, just.
Yes, but I'm not talking about us. I am talking about Mojo.
I mean, yeah, there is a reason that Mojo Dice does exist for a Mojo Dice does exist for a reason. But now we believe as a god is not so infallible after all.
Yep. Well, with that being said,
I'm just gonna move on because I'm still processing.
That is Lagon's turn, which brings us to our lovely friend Kurobe, who is going to use his bonus action to rage. And as one does. I think he would be close enough to be able to get into range. So he's going to enter the insect plague and make a... That's a con save for that.
Yeah, because he stepped up with us.
Yes.
As soon as he steps in, he does get Alira's bonus of +3 from the charisma.
Yep.
Because Alira, Carl's, and Lagan as well are at the edge of the sphere. So as soon
Yeah.
as he steps in, he'd make the con save.
Yeah.
And then, yeah, it's difficult terrain once you get in there. So
It's still 24 points of piercing damage. If he saved,
Did not save because he rolled a 5 plus
Okay,
4.
5
No.
plus 4 is
piercing
5 is
9,
damage
plus
plus
3
8.
is...
isn't it?
Sorry,
Yeah.
it's plus 8.
The-
He's 13.
And then plus 3 for Alira's. Is that including Alira's
16?
plus 3 from her aura? So that'd be 16.
That's
but
still
it's
the-
DC
that's
17
still-
is
Doesn't
no.
pass.
Yes.
No.
Yeah.
So he takes 24 points of piercing damage, half to 12.
Have
He's
to
tanky.
12 because he's raging.
Yep.
He is raging, so
What is...
he's a tanky boy. He can take it.
I can't math. I can't math in my head, y'all. I'm a dum-dum. Okay. So, with that being said, I think he... Even with the difficult terrain, he does make it close enough to hit the drow, so he's going to make attack rolls. Which is... with his sword... Is it a 9? Yeah, it's a 9. Wait, why does he have it listed? Oh, no. Never mind. He has 2 different swords. Okay. That's gonna hit, so what is his damage? 2d6 plus 2d6 plus strength, which is 11 plus 5 is 16 points of slashing damage, which does actually kill the thing. But he can't move anymore, so he is going to simply end his turn there. I don't have any more drow. Alira.
Well, if that's the case, I am going to end up rushing the one brain bug that is really close to the Illithid at that point.
Oh, there's not one. That's a spiritual weapon.
Oh, that's spiritual weapon.
Yeah.
Then that only leaves. Wow.
You got 2 Illithid. One at the 2 at the.
Yeah.
So because the insect plague starts here, you would have to spend 15 movement. It's difficult terrain, so you would spend all of your movement to get here. Basically. So you would.
I guess then that's what I'm doing.
Okay. So make a con save versus damage that Lagan is doing.
All right, what's the damage that Lagan's doing? I just rolled the nat 1.
Oh no!
9.
Welcome back, Derek Dice. It's been a week.
You're fortunate. It's only 16 points. Did you remember to add the 14 from the start to your max and current?
From
Yeah,
here.
because you did get a hero's feast. So
You know,
basically only taken 2 damage.
Yep.
Okay.
But need to remember to add that to your max, because for the next 24 hours,
You can
that's
heal up
what
to
you're.
that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So you have made your way into the insects. You can cast a spell if you want. They're close enough to do such.
Don't have anything in that puts me in range.
You went like melee spells and self stuff, right?
A lot of problem solving, a lot of answers. Yeah.
Yeah.
You can spend your action to dash. Sorry about all the technical difficulties, everybody. But we are back, and Alira was deciding whether she was going to run up to another Illithid or not. What was the decision on that? Hello?
I was charging him to get into position
Yeah, the
for
one
the
at the
next
top.
round.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
And it's out of the sphere, so no bug bites.
No bug bites at the end of your turn. Nope. Okay. That's everything for Alira, I'm guessing. I have a couple of mind flayers that are very hurt, but otherwise do get an action this turn. Shit. This is what I get for giving y'all a surprise.
Yeah,
round.
they get to go before me.
Yeah.
Lucky.
All right. So, this one is going to attempt to brain blast all of you. Do I have... You know what? It's probably on the floor somewhere. My 60-foot cone. My 60-foot cone is going to reach Alira, Karobe, Kaz, and Lagon. It won't reach Vanya or Arya. That's who's going to make some saving throws. Intelligence saving throws. So I need Alira, Lagon, Kaz, and Karobe. I'm going to roll for Karobe real quick.
That will be a 17 from me. Which will
Pass.
pass? Probably, yes. Cool.
Yes, pass.
So, natural 20 for a total of 22.
Phew, pass.
You get a in save with your intelligence plus your charisma. So this should hopefully be good for.
No.
It's plus charisma. Sorry, so it's a total.
No.
No. That's only for if you're within 10 feet of Alira. Alira gets it all the time because aura protection.
Yeah. So,
Okay.
So
then it's a total of 20 for me. Sorry.
Okay. And then,
I forgot it was in.
Yeah, intelligence for Karobe is going to be a 6. So he's not going to pass. So that is going to be 48. I need some D8s. What the hell? Did my music stop again? Hang on. Am I crashing again? Or did I lose sound?
No.
Hang on.
No.
No? Okay.
No, we can hear you. You can hear us, right?
I can hear you. Yep.
Yeah. No, I think just the track in Roll20 stopped.
Yeah.
For some reason it failed. So let's just put that back on. Alright. So that was 48 that I was pulling out.
Yes. Also, given that this is a code, Derek, what did you get on your intelligence save? Which you'll also get to add to your charisma too, because aura protection.
Yep. So Derek. Derek?
Yep.
I was calling for an intelligence saving throw.
Oh, clearly I failed because I have no sign of intelligence.
Yeah, so you get it's an intelligence save and you'll add to your charisma as well. It's a aura protection.
No, that's good because my intelligence is literally my lowest one, but 14 minutes about it. So that should be 17.
Pass.
Yay!
The only one that doesn't pass is Karobe.
And nothing happens unless you fail.
6 plus 13, 19 plus 4 is 21. Okay. So 21 damage on Karobe. And Karobe is stunned for a minute. Okay. Okay. So that's that one. Okay. And then
And just to be clear, stunned is not the same as paralyzed, correct?
Stunned is worse.
yes, stunned is you have disadvantage on dexterity saving throws. You are any attack.
No, I was just wondering if I was just double checking because I was thinking of the lesser restoration as a way to get around it, but no, it doesn't list stunned. It only lists paralyzed. So.
Yep. Which I think this guy is going to take full advantage of. He's going to
be further into the bugs.
Yep, he's hurting, but he wants to hurt him. In that sort of speech aura, you hear one of them sort of cry out an alarm in deep speech. But you all can understand it because it's telepathic. But there's an alarm going out now by this guy. But he's going to take a swing with some tentacles at Kurobe, which will be at advantage because Kurobe is stunned. Which is 17 plus 7. It's 24 to hit. So that will be 2d10. Which is 17 points of psychic damage. No. It's plus 4, so that's 21. Okay, and then it is grappled. And he's already stunned, so he cannot move. But that is the Illithid's turns.
And it's gonna make a con save right now because it's in bugs.
Yep.
Yes.
It's in bugs. That is 12, so full damage.
Let's see, 15, 23, 26 points of piercing damage.
Well, it tried, but it's dead. But it got some damage on Kurobe, and that's what it wanted. Before sending out that alarm. Okay. That is the end of their turn. Vanya.
Oh, the one up next to Alira's getting an arrow.
Yep, that is your one enemy left.
Finally. Works in my favor. Nat 20.
Okay.
And then Zephyr's using his reaction to give it a little bit of a kick.
Okay.
We're going to be doing some extra fire damage on that.
Hell yeah.
Let's see here. Initial damage. Did I get to it? Please. Thank you. 18 points of damage, piercing, and 2 points fire.
Okay.
He's still standing.
He's still standing.
He's getting another arrow. 22 to hit.
Hits.
6 points damage.
It's still not enough. Still not quite enough.
And that will be it for me.
Okay. Round 2, Kaz.
Dive in and grab Karube,
Okay. So you're gonna have to
and
make
I'm
a
gonna
con save.
drag him out.
You're gonna make a con save for entering.
I'm not yet. I know, and yet no, ends for the first time on turn, so yes, I am going to make a con save. That will be a 18.
£16 of piercing damage.
Is that already halved, or?
No, that's the total, so 8.
Alright, so I'll take 8. Yeah, and then I'm gonna drag Karube out of the sphere, because he's stunned and he can't move himself, and...
Yes. So that will take. So to get into that sphere, you ignore difficult terrain. It is 20 feet. To drag him out would be 40 feet.
I'll
Do you have?
I'll dash and fly.
Dash it. Okay.
Yeah, because it...
Okay. Because even if you ignore terrain, it's still twice. It's still
Yeah, because I'm dragging him, but I can... Yeah, I can fly to... Yeah, I can fly with him, so...
Yeah. Okay.
Not a problem there if I dash, so yeah, easy enough.
So we got Kaz, and you have spent all of your actions?
I have a bonus action, but I'm not gonna pop it, so yeah.
Okay. Then, Arya, what do?
Do what I do best. We're gonna go ahead and
He's looking pretty hurt.
Yeah, okay. Magic missile, 3rd level.
5 dubs.
And
You probably don't even need that many. I'll tell you that right now. He's very hurt.
okay, I'll just use it at 1st level and we'll see if that does the trick. Wow, that is the best I could have hoped for. Okay, on the roll 20, that's a 15. Thank you.
Okay, and it is dead.
Yay!
Hold on.
Yippee-doo!
In my like 15 or so years of playing D&D, I've never seen somebody do that.
A bog standard
was
level
that?
1 magic missile getting full damage.
Pew,
Oh god. Okay. However, we're probably not out of combat because an alarm went out, which means, as Alira said, they're probably coming, which means Alira is probably in the safest possible position because they're all going to be charging from the other way.
From with
We are not safe.
No, because this is the door right here.
Oh.
The door.
Well,
is
I mean,
right
they're going to
here.
be entering into bugs, so...
Eventually,
Oh dear.
a klaxon does go off in the structure. So you do know that even those things that are not telepathic will also be alarmed to your presence.
You're muted, Mojo, if you're trying to say something.
Yeah, there's still like 9 minutes and 50 some odd seconds. Or something like that. Wait, no, 40. 9 minutes and like 48 seconds left of the insect plague, so it's staying up for the duration.
I frankly, I say we hunker and we wait for them to come. Because rushing in there now that they know that we're here, rushing in there now is probably a bad idea. This is a position that we can defend and somewhat fortify.
Okay.
So I'm going to be expecting multiple mind blasts to be coming through the through that door any moment.
Okay.
So, then I think that's a good place for us to take a quick actual break, where I do need to set that up just a little bit so that everything is on the table. If you guys are going to set up a little bit away. And I also need to pee. So be right back, everybody. Welcome back, everyone. We are continuing with the infiltration of this hatchery that the Lucky Sevens have found themselves outside of. They have witnessed one of the dead illithids surrounding that had been part of this encounter, shouting out in a bit of an alarm. A klaxon has started to go off inside the building and has not stopped. As well as they've positioned themselves to be a little bit more in line with what they're looking to do. And as we're starting a new section of the combat, you will have 8 minutes left on your insect plague, Lagon, from concentrating, and you have repositioned yourself to be over here with Alira, and the rest of you are standing back in what you would think, what you maybe is another building or some cover to be able to dash in and out. So, let me start over on some laugh points on some of these creatures, because there's some new ones on the way. And we're just going to keep the same initiative. Alright. So, we would be beginning a new round, which means that Kaz, you're the first one.
Okay. Let us examine the board.
You don't see these people over here because they're inside the building behind a door. So,
Yeah,
you
no, I'm
see
just
no
thinking of where I want to set up.
Yeah.
I'm gonna zoom up and perch on the structure if there's a place to perch above Alira and Lagan.
There, Lagan. Okay. Very easily done.
And
You could have done
I'm
that prior
going
to this new round.
Then, I mean, I wouldn't be moving then. Because what I will do is I will hold an attack action.
Okay.
And the reaction trigger is when they come through that door.
Okay. Arya.
Okay, critters are coming our way. Well, hell, I think I'll just do what I'm best at. I'm gonna go ahead and cast Haste.
Okay.
And given the circumstances, I'm gonna put that, obviously, gotta double it up. I'm gonna put that on Vanya, and I'm gonna put that on Kos.
Okay. You are not within range to get both as of yet. Is it 60 feet?
Haste? Oh, I'm not in range to get both? Okay, well, can I move in range to get both?
Wait,
it's 30 feet.
That's what I was asking you. What is the range on it?
30 feet.
30. So in order to get them both, you would have to basically stand outside the insect plague. Because Vanya hasn't moved up yet.
Alright. Then I will do that, and I'm gonna be just right outside the insect plague.
Okay. And you cast Haste. You get Cause, and you get Vanya.
Mm-hmm.
And you are concentrating on that.
Yes, sir.
Lagan, you are over here.
Guess he's thinking about what to do.
No, my phone's being weird and won't let me unlock the mute for some reason.
Oh, weird.
I'm staying where I am, waiting for them to come out, maintaining concentration on my insect plague.
Okay. So holding for an attack action.
Yeah, I'm waiting for them to come through so I can throw a hammer in somebody's face.
Okay. So that's what we're waiting on. All right. Kurobe.
He's still stunned, so he gets an intelligence save.
Nope, it's been longer than a minute.
Longer than a minute? Okay.
Yep, I said that the insect plague has 8 minutes left, so it's been longer than a minute for him to have passed.
Oh, okay, well then, yeah, he's up.
Yep.
He's probably pissed.
He's very pissed. Very, very pissed. He don't like these things. He don't like these things at all. I'm trying to think of what he would do. He would probably position himself where he is also waiting for an attack action. Missing the insect plague. He'll have set himself up for that. Okay. So he is holding his action for that, for when they get close enough to him. Although I don't think they're going to get close enough to him because the drow of this turn are next, who all kind of move out of the building. However, when you see them walking out of the building, they're kind of trying to shove each other out of the way, as if they're trying to be the first one out each.
Well, as they enter, the first things first, they've got some con saves to make.
Saves.
Yep, they've got some con saves, because each one of them is in
DC 17.
That one passes. And that one passes. So 2 pass, 1 fail.
Okay. Ow. That is 37 for the one that killed. So that is
18.
Right. 18.
Yep. 37 to 36, 36 to 18.
Yeah.
Ouchies. That's a lot of damage. The first one that does kind of fly out of the door is hit by the wasps very intensely. It gets stung, and she's just screaming out in pain, and is just kind of flinging arms around, just running as fast as they can, and they're paying you no mind, and running again out of the insects. Each one of them like 30 feet. Arya, you're kind of seeing them as they start to run past.
These assholes! They booted the room with fucking drow! With drow prisoners! Dickholes!
Which brings us to Alira's turn. Kaz and Arya. Kaz, your trigger doesn't go off because they didn't get close enough to you to trigger an attack.
As far as that goes, that trigger is still on hold until such time as it comes around to my turn. If it's not used by then
so,
it's done.
It wasn't used by them, so.
Yep.
Lagon, you would have had an opportunity to throw a hammer at one of them.
I'm thinking I'd have gone for the one that I thought was hurt the worst.
Okay, then you can make an attack roll on him.
Let's see. 14 plus 9. 23 to hit.
Yes, hits.
Okay. And I will use a divine strike on this. So 12 plus, so 6 points, 12 points of bludgeoning, and 7 points of lightning.
That one is instantly just, as it's running, just topples over. Dead.
And then my hammer flies back to my hand.
Okay. That is, you have spent your reaction to do that.
Uh-huh.
And that is the end of their turn. So, Alira.
Well, let's see here. I believe, and now, Coffee, I'm just double checking here, but that one piece of terrain you have has one door. Yeah, right there.
Yep,
Okay.
that's the door they're coming
And
out of.
That's the only door they're coming out of.
Yep.
I am moving to the side of that door, trying to end up remaining hidden to end up goading them or to take advantage of when they end up coming in and
So
prevent them from.
On this side or this side?
North side. Yep, that one. The one you're pointing at.
You just saw a bunch of drow just kind of stumbling over each other trying to get out of this place.
Yeah. So the big question then is there any way I would know at a glance if they are infested or not?
That would require an action, and I'll allow you to roll a insight check.
Okay. 23, actually.
Ooh, that's very nice. No.
Don't see any of them as infected. Okay. Then
Out of these three that ran out, none of them.
Alright. Then I will end up protecting their escape at that point.
Okay. And so you're holding an action.
Protect.
Yep.
Yep. Well, no, that counts as my action.
Oh yeah, it does. That's right. You spent your action to do that. So you are just waiting in the waits.
Yep.
Waiting in the wings. Okay. Did I actually put these guys in the initiative? I don't think I did. Hang on.
Uh-oh.
I remember I didn't roll it last time, so I need to put them in the initiative. They were all dead prior to that. Okay. Okay. So, Alira, you see a mind flayer start coming out of the facility. It is within range for you to take attack of opportunity because it doesn't see you there as it goes out of your threat range.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna have to burn a spell in a slot now.
Okay.
I only have one level 3 spell, but I have 2 level 2 spells. So I'm gonna burn a level 2 spell.
For smite?
For smite, because that is a nat 20.
Ooh! Ooh!
Oh yeah!
Ooh!
Oh yeah!
Get it, girl.
Fuck it up! Fuck it up! 3d8 from that, plus whatever your weapon damage.
That's going to be 23 points of damage.
Ooh, look at her.
Oh, no. Technically, I still have one more die. 23... 29 points of damage.
Okay,
There we go.
Because I don't believe that there's anything stopping me from using a smite on a bonus or on a
Nope.
Yeah,
react.
bonus action spell smite.
Any attack
Bonus
you can-
action spell smite.
No,
Yep.
well, no, it's a reaction because it's an attack of opportunity. So,
Yeah.
Oh, AOO, right.
so any
Yeah.
attack does get the option for a smite.
Yeah.
Okay.
I believe the wording of the thing is when you hit with a melee attack.
Yeah, when you hit with a melee.
Like a
attack.
bit.
Yep. So that's the Mind Flayers. The Mind Flayers have used their movements. However, they're going to continue to move.
I'm gonna take the reaction. I'm gonna take the reaction to trigger here
Okay.
because I took the attack action, right?
Yes.
I can replace an attack with the use of my dragon's breath.
Okay. Before they continue
So
with the
I'm,
rest of their turn. Okay.
Yep. So is there just one currently?
Just one has exited the building.
Cool. Can you please make a dexterity save for me?
Okay. Well, I don't think that's gonna do it. Cause that's all of an 8.
Nope. That will be 21 points of lightning damage as a 30-foot line just. And Karobe, Kaz, and Karobe, Lagan, and Alira will just see Kaz is kind of perched up on top, and all they see is him hunched over, and his maw just opens, and all you hear is whoop, like an actual crack of lightning.
Yep. Lightning goes spewing, hitting this guy and continuing past. The scent of ozone starts to fill the space a little bit,
Also burning insects.
and burning insects, but they're also magical insects. So do they really burn?
And calamari.
However, realizing that it is now under threat from that side as well, is going to turn and mind blast you all in its wake.
Yeah, I figured that was gonna happen.
So make an intelligence saving throw, Alira, Karobe, Lagan, and Kaz. So I'm gonna roll.
I'll take the 22. Thank you.
Pass.
19.
Pass. Well, Karobe got a 2. He's stunned.
Again.
Mm-hmm.
Did the Elithid make its con save?
That'll be at the end of its turn.
Okay.
Yeah, it did enter the bug, so it does need to make a con save. Oh wait, did I already do that?
Oh right, yes.
No, we already did that.
For the drow we did.
I did that for the drow
Oh,
that came running out in front of the Elithid.
never mind. My bad.
It's gonna get.
Nope, that's not gonna do it. It's gonna take full damage.
Is it even gonna get the chance to fire off that mind blast?
35
Jeez.
points of piercing damage.
Nope. No blind blast for that guy.
Ah, well, alright, sweet.
So no stun. But as you're watching the four of you would notice it was also running with the same kind of "I'm getting the fuck out" as the drow were.
Uh-oh.
There are two other guys inside, but they're not. They just saw one of their guys just go tumbling onto the ground, so they're holding back.
They're very promptly vaporized.
Yeah, very promptly vaporized with lightning, with bugs, and with the holy power of a paladin of Lolth. Yeah, they're staying back where they are. Which brings us to Vanya.
Okay, can I see any of them through that doorway from where I'm at?
I would say that you're still at that 60 feet away.
Alright, I'm gonna move up close to Arya then, at the edge.
Okay, so you're at the edge of bugs.
Yep.
Okay.
Now can I see anything through that door?
Yeah, they kind of would have like purposefully slid themselves behind the door this way. You might be able to get this guy, but that's at disadvantage.
I'll take that chance. He's getting narrow. Yeah, nope.
That one?
Uh-huh.
Well, you have a second try.
Yeah? Well, technically I have 2 more tries.
Oh.
Because haste.
Haste.
That's better. That's gonna be a 19 to hit.
Okay. That will hit.
Okay. And Zephyr's gonna go ahead and use his reaction to boost that again.
Mm-hmm.
Because, good boy. Let's see here. 7 points piercing, and 4 points fire.
Okay. Okay.
Arrow number 3.
Oh, I didn't actually roll damage for... Nope, because that didn't happen. Never mind.
17 to hit.
17 will hit.
7 points damage.
Okay. Got a couple arrows sticking out of him now. He's not happy about it, but definitely doesn't like it.
Yeah, don't blame him.
Yep. So, start of a new round. We got Kaz.
Okay. Well, I'm hasted.
You are hasted.
And I can see through the door that there is a couple of things standing there, right?
Yep. They look like they're ready to leave, but they just watched a friend of theirs just get vaporized. So they're a little hesitant to come out.
Cool. I'm about to zip at them real fast at Mach fuck.
Oh, fuck. Hell yeah.
And for every like Kurobe, Lagan, Alira as well, especially since Kurobe's basically turning, sorry, not Kurobe, Kaz basically turning into a flying dart and literally zipping past her shoulder. You would see Kaz kind of get himself into a crouched position to kick off the structure behind him, and then you just see a streak of purple.
You're in the wall, in the door.
And
what you see ahead of you is the 2 mind flayers, the 3 intellect devourers, and more arriving from another room.
Cool. Basically, as I fly past the Mind Flayer, the first thing I'm gonna do is... I'm gonna kick the Mind Flayer in the back of the head, to try and send it stumbling towards the door.
Okay. Make an attack roll, my friend.
That is a natural 20.
Okay.
And that'll be 22 points of what kind of damage do I want it to be? Lightning damage. And I'd like it to make a con save.
Because you are Flurry of Blows, aren't you? Or no,
No,
Stunning Strike.
Stunning Strike. Yep.
Well... Is Stunning Strike considered a magical effect?
Nope. Nothing I do aside like the actual spells is magical.
Okay. Because I wasn't sure what the ruling on that was. But, that is 16.
That is fail, Joss. So it is stunned.
Stunned.
Until the end of my next turn.
Okay.
Now comes the second attack. A blade is going to slide out towards one of the intellect devourers.
Okay.
That's going to be a 27.
Hits.
And that'll be 12 points of slashing damage and 4 points of necrotic damage.
Okay, it's looking pretty hurt.
Given that I've got it basically skewered on the blade, for my haste action, I'm going to take the attack action there too. And I'm going to basically using the intellect devourer like a flail. I'm going to slam it into a nearby wall to deal some more damage to it.
Let's
So
go.
I'm So that's basically a flavored attack on the intellect devourer.
Okay.
That'll be a 28.
Hits.
And that is 16 points of slashing, 4 points of necrotic.
That one is dead.
Now, for my bonus action, I'm gonna flurry of blows.
Okay.
Because I still have movement. Is there another intellect devourer there?
If you want to move.
I can move. I still have like 60 feet of movement.
The Mind Flayer that you had attacked gets an attack of opportunity because you moved away from it.
Sure.
So it's gonna with a tentacle strike.
Sure.
14 doesn't hit.
No. I have plus 2 AC because of the haste too, so definitely not.
Nope. Okay. Make an attack on an intellect devourer.
And that is a natural 20. We take those.
We take those.
And that is 22 points of lightning damage.
Okay. That destroys that one too.
Is there a mind flayer nearby?
There's 2 of them. They're back up against this wall that you just attacked.
Take the one that's not stunned currently. And basically using the Intellect Devourer's corpse, I'm gonna kick the Intellect Devourer's corpse into the Mind Flayer as my unarmed strike attack.
Okay. As your last.
Setting it on lightning.
Beat a fucker with another fucker.
Yep.
Exactly.
Exactly. We take those.
27.
Hits.
And it's gonna take 12 points of lightning damage and make me a con save.
Okay. Well, that's a 16 again.
And it's gonna fail, so they're both stunned! And Kaz is basically gonna beckon for Alira to be like, pull him up, pull him up, pull him up, pull him up, pull him up.
Okay. So that's Kaz's turn. Full of zipping, zooming, and being just a purple blur. No one actually sees him do any of this. They just happen all at once. Where there's a hit and blood, a hit and blood, a hit and a corpse, and a hit and another corpse, and aberrant blood is flying everywhere in an instant.
Probably the one thing they do see is Kaz slow down just enough to see him kicking a dead Intellect Devourer into the face of one of the Mind Flayers.
Yeah, exactly. So Arya, there is a purple blur inside of a door that you see across the way, and you have two drow that seem to be running toward you.
Absolutely terrified.
Oh, yeah. So, very important question. Did Alira ever actually call out the fact that these drow were
Yes.
people? Okay. If that is the case, I'm assuming that these are people, and I'm going to step aside out of the doorway so that they can rush on through.
Okay. So, are you doing anything otherwise? Like running up towards the building? Although there are insects.
Yeah, there are insects. Honestly, let me see, what's my range on Sacred Flame? Sacred Flame is 60 feet.
Yep.
And I just need to see a creature.
Yep.
Is there another illithid? Hi, Shipper. Hi, Shipper. Is there another illithid within that range?
Yeah, you can move a little over this way, like a little more north, and you'd be able to catch one of them with the Sacred Flame.
All right.
The dexterity saving throw is 18.
18 total?
Yes.
No dice.
No dice.
Takes the 3d8 damage, radiant damage.
Hello, let's go.
That's going to be 20 total. And like I said, just shift out of the way of the doors so these people can just run on through.
Okay. Alright. That is Arya's turn, unless she has a bonus action.
Nah, sir.
Okay. And then it goes to Lagan. You are still right here, my friend.
So I'm going to need to move if I want to see anyone inside there, correct?
Yep. If you step right here, though, you are going to start getting in your own plague.
I'm going to stay just a little bit behind in that area, just behind a Lyra to see what I can see in there. Just outside of it.
I'd say you'd have line of sight on this guy.
The one that's stunned?
Both of them are stunned.
Okay. Well, one of them's about to get a hammer to the face. The one that's closest.
Yep. At advantage.
Natural 20.
Hell yeah, let's go.
And
There's an orange fluff.
Yes, I has a dicky.
okay,
I
so
know. Good snort.
let's see. Double the dice. And one more. And then the divine strike added to it. Okay. 28. Well, let's do 27 points of bludgeoning damage and 9 points of lightning damage.
It is keeled over dead.
Bonus action, spiritual weapon
Okay.
to the guy that's stunned and standing right there, stupidly by cause. At least that's the way Lagan sees it. If you stand beside him in a battle, you're just being stupid.
To be fair, he wasn't given much choice.
I get that, but he's just standing there. He's inviting trouble. 23 to hit.
Menacingly.
Hits.
He's just standing there, menacingly. I mean, to be fair,
23 to hit.
23 hits.
All right, so that is plus 5, 13 points of force damage.
Okay.
And that is my turn.
Okay. Indeed it is. Alright, so we've got some intellect powers. Well, one left on the board at the moment. It doesn't like what you're doing, Kaz. It wants to eat you.
I bet it doesn't. Sure.
But it also...
What's the intellect?
Hang on. How intelligent are these things? They're fairly intelligent. I don't... Is it gonna do that? It's going to at least try to devour your intellect. So I need you to make me an intelligence saving throw.
Sure, that is a natural 20.
Well... Yeah, nope. It's fucking frightened of you, basically, and is totally okay with just jumping out of the building. But it's probably
Running
gonna
past Alira.
past
running past
Alira
Alira.
and into bugs that it did not know were there.
Does this mean I get an attack of opportunity again?
Yes, you do.
Well, no, because it hasn't come back to my round yet.
Yeah, it hasn't come back to your round yet. However, it will be right there if the bugs don't eviscerate it.
Well, the bugs will probably eviscerate it because it got all of an 11.
Okay.
Oh shit. I almost forgot about bugs.
I mean, on Alira's turn, there is a stunted illithid right in her eyesight, ready to get smacked. So
29 points of piercing damage.
Yep, it just ran into the bugs to its death.
What an effective death trap.
Get out that.
There's a reason I'm leaving them there.
Alira's an ambush predator. We all know this.
That's what we all thought we knew, or what y'all all thought you knew. Y'all really don't know Lagan right now. Y'all haven't gone for quite a while.
It's like, yeah, I'm okay with letting bugs eviscerate aberrations. They are aberrant.
Kurobe is stunned. He can make a saving throw. Which he fails.
So he's still stunned.
He's still stunned.
But he's not in anybody's line of fire right now, so
Nope, not currently.
Yeah, probably best place to be stunned, truly.
Really and truly.
That would then make it Alira's turn, would it not?
Well, there's some drow that are escaping, and some drow that are rounding a corner. That is them moving. These two move off of the board because they're escaping. One of the ones that has rounded the corner is going to take out its drow crossbow and is going to shoot at Kaz. Ooh, that's things. 21 to hit. On Kaz?
Just hits.
Just hits. Okay.
Just hits. Roll damage. Roll damage.
Okay. Okay, so secondary effect you're immune to. So that's 12 points of force damage.
Okay. So, reaction.
Okay.
I'm gonna reduce that damage by 25
Okay.
with the deflect missiles.
Question about that. Does it say a specific damage type? Because this is
Nope.
force damage because it is a magical weapon.
Ranged weapon attack.
Okay.
that's all it specifies for the
Not to
blood.
So if I
mention.
made if drow weapons are made with energy bolts as their as their damage
Ammunition.
type.
For
It
reference.
also doubly makes sense because I'm kind of made of crystal, so I can refocus energy now, can't I?
You can.
My question is-
next.
Doesn't it technically also work with magic missile, or am I thinking of a magic item?
No, you're thinking of it doesn't work with magic missile.
Okay.
Because that's not an attack. It has to be a ranged weapon attack.
Got it. Noted.
Yeah,
Okay.
so it doesn't work against spell attacks like Scorching Rays either. But because this is a
Dope.
weapon, so what the drow is going to see, it's like, haha, I got the drop. Cast just, boing,
Okay.
and he just slow turns. I think you can have this back. Little pinprick of energy. Pew!
And you have to make an attack roll for that.
I get to make an attack roll for that. And that's a natural 20.
God damn. Son.
So, question, what's the base damage of that weapon?
2d6 plus 4.
So it's 2d6. Because it uses my modifier, not theirs.
Yeah.
I credit that, so... That's going to be 27 points of force damage. Also, I mean, it would have halved anyway, because I'm actually resistant to force damage. It's Amethyst. But, yeah, just straight through the forehead.
Well,
So if it's still alive,
it is
then...
still alive. It doesn't go through the forehead, but it does clink him in the fucking skull.
Yeah, and Kaz is now looking at it with a death stare. Like, you saw me just turn all these guys into paste, and you decided to do that.
And that's
really.
And
that's a reaction.
Catch message reaction. Okay. So, number 2 is going to also fire at you.
Okay.
Actually, is that what it's going to do? No. It is instead going to cast a darkness spell. Kind of filling this whole area right here with darkness. So, Kaz, you're in darkness, but so is
So
your
there's a slightly obscured area that's covering the door.
Well,
yeah, you'd see darkness billowing out of the door.
Yep, it's darkness. It's like a dark, billowing cloud that you can't see through. Unless you have ways to see through it.
I'm not going in.
So that's what that one does. Which ends the turn for the drow. And so, Alira, what do?
Yay!
You are right here, my friend.
And that... Alright, I'm going to the closest target, which I believe should be that Illithid that's currently,
Stunned.
Yep.
Currently stunned. Give it a good whack.
Alright. So, stun means I have advantage on attacks, right?
That's true, yes.
Okay. Well, we're going to be grateful for that. Does a 16 hit?
Hits.
Okay.
Quickly, just before damage, let me check the stun condition real quick. Stun. Okay. Just wanted to make sure it didn't have like the critical hit effect. Sorry,
okay. I currently, that's going to be 12 points of damage.
12 points, okay.
And the next one is going to be... $23, so that's definitely going to hit.
Yep.
And that's going to be a additional... Math is hard. That's just going to be 10 points of damage.
Okay.
There.
Yep. You are adding your 1d8 from improved divine smite, yes?
Not what happened. Remember, I could. that wasn't a spell cast. That was actually a smite ability.
No. You get improved divine smite, which at 11th level basically says all your attacks get plus 1d8 radiant damage.
Just permanent every time.
No.
Yeah,
I
permanent
did
every
not.
attack.
I did not.
So roll an extra
So
2d8.
additional D8. Then that is an additional 13 points of damage, and I will try and remember that.
It is dead.
Improved, didn't it?
Yep. Improved divine smite is you get a permanent 1d8 radiant damage, regardless of whether you smite or not.
You basically get a mini smite on every attack that you do, so your damage just goes.
Okay. All right. That's going to help. That's going to help greatly.
Yes. But it's dead.
We can be grateful for the small things at this point. And I will use my remaining movement, if I have any, to end up approaching the next group.
Next group is a bunch of drow. Or a couple of drow, anyway. That shot at Kaz. So.
Alright. And that's my turn.
That's Alira's turn. We got got a new Mind Flayer in the mix.
Is it just gonna be like, yeah, mind blast this way, into the darkness?
Not this figure. I want this figure, which is going to come around this way, and see that everyone's in a.
See that it can't see because it's darkness.
Well, it can see Alira.
Oh yeah, can see Alira.
And yeah, it's just gonna send. It's just gonna send a mind blast, just forward facing from it.
Intelligence saving throws.
Yeah. It doesn't want to get its own allies in the cone, though. So, Kaz and Alira. And there's. Well, I don't think it would go through walls, would it?
No, it doesn't go through walls.
Okay.
That'd be a 22.
Intelligence saving throw, yep. 22, that's a pass.
$18.
Pass.
And nothing happens.
Nothing
Look,
happens.
I'm grateful. Okay, I desperately need that whole additional to saving throws with charisma because of how much I'm penalized on intelligence here.
Yeah. That is, I think that is something that will probably benefit you, is the fact that because you did kind of get shafted on your rolls when you very first rolled up Alira, that you could just buff one stat and it buffs all your saving throws is very useful, I think.
Yeah. As it sort of reaches out a sort of long hand, robes just kind of draped all over this creature. He looks bigger than some of the other illithids that you have seen so far. And as part of this mind blast, it does kind of project the telepathic message to you all. Leave.
The thing with telepathy is as soon as something initiates a telepathic link, even if you don't have telepathy, you are allowed to respond.
You can say something back if you'd like.
So all it's going to hear in its mind, well, really everything that it's psychically communicating with right now in that moment is, die!
You have been warned. Alright, so that's the Mind Flayer I have on the board. Vanya!
There's a darkness spell between me and anything I could shoot.
Yep, so you would be at disadvantage.
Be at disadvantage anyway.
Yeah, because of the range, so you're gonna have to get closer.
Yep,
Well, she's just outside
I'm
the
gonna
insect
get
life.
closer. Yeah.
So, you running around the insects?
Yep, right around the insects.
Okay. So you'd be able to get to about here.
And Zephyr's coming with me.
Zephyr's coming with you. Okay. It's about where you can get. You don't see anything in your direct line of sight. Although it is
that's
dark
fine.
in there.
Yeah. That's all I'm gonna do for the time being.
Okay. That is Vanya's turn. Next round. We got Kaz. You're swimming in darkness.
I am swimming in darkness, but I do know the general direction of where those drow are because I knew where they shot at me from.
Yep.
So I'm gonna walk in that direction towards the closest one.
Towards the closest one.
Yeah. And there will be many attacks made.
You can get right there.
The first drow, the one that casts darkness,
Yep.
gonna be taking a fist attack.
Okay.
That will be a 29.
29 hits.
That'll be 14 points of lightning damage.
Okay. It needs to make a con save.
Nope. Not make it a stunning strike.
Nope.
Just a regular.
Nope, that's for its concentration.
Oh, for concentration, yes. So that was... It'd be DC 10.
Yep, pass.
Second one. That is another 29.
Hits.
That is 13 points of lightning damage.
Okay. Pass.
Going to flurry of blows.
Okay.
That is a 26.
Hits. It's the same one.
Yep. Another 13 points of lightning damage.
It's looking pretty hurt. Got some broken bones and
gonna
shit
make it-
on this guy.
It's gonna make another concentration save.
Pass, somehow.
Fourth attack.
Okay.
Natural 20.
Hit and dead.
Cool, so the darkness is dropping.
Yep.
I have an attack left. Which is immediately going to be sent into the face of that illithid right there.
Okay, so coming around over here.
Come on, damage. No whammies, no whammies, no whammies, no whammies. Yes! That is indeed another natural 20.
Bro.
My dice, this thing must die. So I'm going to deal it some damage of the 20 of the lightning kind. And this one is gonna make a con save.
Con save. That's a natural 1!
Donned! Yeah, that's gonna be my turn.
Okay.
To Arya, you can now see.
I can see. I can fight.
Fight!
Wonderful. Good shit. I would also like to move up and go around the insect cloud.
Okay.
Plus a gun for just holding that steady as fuck. Is there anything that is within range that I can see at this point, or no?
No. Everything is deeper
You're gonna
within
need
the
to
building. And that is your first set of movement. So if you want to do anything from here, you have to dash.
I could. Yeah, let's. Fuck it. Yeah, let's go ahead and dash. I would like to be strafing the wall, the doorway, just so I can peek inside, but not necessarily going in just yet.
Okay. So, like, right there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. And for the most part, I want it as effectively cover.
Yep.
So that would end my turn then, so I don't have anything else.
Okay.
You could quicken a spell if you've got that.
I don't.
Nah.
I also don't have the sorcery points at the moment.
And she's
I have
also
like 3
concentrating
left.
on haste.
Yep.
Yeah,
Just
yeah,
gotta
yeah.
keep that in mind.
Yep.
Okay.
That's why I've been so careful.
Yep. So, Lagon, what do?
I am going to move through Arya's spot into the door using my 30 feet of movement to get as far in as I can.
Get right there, right
Alright.
behind Alira.
My spiritual weapon is going to move its 15 feet forward, trying to get as close to these things as I can.
Yep.
And I'm going to throw my hammer into the face of this thing.
Okay.
Oh, it's stunned.
You got advantage.
Yeah.
So, plus 9, 26 to hit.
Hits.
And that. Okay, so 14 points of bludgeoning damage with my 8 divine strike. So 8 lightning.
Okay.
On top of that. That's my movement, my action, my bonus action.
Okay. Well, there's no intellect devourers on the field. The next up would be Kurobe. He is stunned. Making a save at the end of his turn. He's upset. He's very upset. He's very upset. Because
You can't shake the fog.
he can't shake it.
Well,
Yeah.
currently it's better
Yeah, because
done to...
his int save would be an 11. He can't shake it. Damn. Poor guy.
Well, at least he's not standing in the middle of the insect all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which brings me to some drow. Got a drow who's next to visit Lithid. And is wanting to attack Alira. So Alira, you're gonna get 2 short swords in the face. Well, I don't think that's gonna hit, because that's a 14. 14
Assume that
doesn't hit you,
Alira.
right?
I think he might be focusing again. Derek?
Derek.
Derek.
Well,
14 doesn't hit,
Right.
right?
no, 14 does not hit.
I have been attacking you.
Sorry, I've kind of ended up having this point where I'm kind of flabbergasted due to armor increase. And nothing hitting.
Well, I got another one coming at you. Ooh, that might hit. 23?
23 will hit.
Okay.
It'll also take 6 points of radiant damage.
Oh, for the armor.
Yep.
Hell yeah, 6 points of radiant damage.
Yeah.
I forgot about my.
Swing into the arm, and the armor just shines like a beam of light. And he's like, fuck!
Okay, so let me.
That's
We
very
blotted
funny.
out the sun by containing it in an armor. Don't let it out.
There's a globe about the size of a softball that has it too.
Well,
Yep.
you are also immune to poison damage, so you would take all of 5 slashing damage,
I'm slashing.
and that's it, because the poison damage doesn't do anything.
5 slashing damage.
Hey, I don't have the highest health point pool, okay?
That's true, but I mean, I think 5 damage even for you is like a.
I rolled a 1 on the dice, y'all.
That was a reason
Damn.
I did the hero's feast.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So, Alira, your response, please.
Well, let us return fire, shall we?
Okay. Smack them.
They're not stunned, so I'm going to end up presuming a 25 hits.
Hits.
That's going to be 13 points of damage. And second attack, that's going to be a additional. Okay, 6 points of damage. I rolled ones on both of my.
Oh, that was
Nice.
the second one. Did you do that to hit?
Yeah, the second one was higher. It was
Ah.
a 19 roll, so I'm like,
19.
yeah, that hits.
You said
Unless the armor class changes between round or
Nah.
between tats.
Nope. So... Okay. Looking pretty hurt, but it's still standing. Very, very, very beefy warrior, this one. Coming to our Mind Flayer, who is stunned.
Yep, so he's doing nothing.
Doing nothing. Vanya.
Gonna move into the door.
Okay, so
Thanks to Arya.
Yeah,
Wait,
going
in-
in through.
Go into the door. Okay.
Yep. Zephyr staying back with Arya.
Okay.
To be guard for her. That mind flare is going to get a few arrows.
Get him, girl.
With advantage.
Where are you? There you are. Dirty 20 to hit.
Hits.
$15 points of damage.
Okay.
Arrow number 2. $24 to hit.
Hits.
$13 points of damage.
Okay.
Guess who forgot to start adding her +4 for favorite enemy?
Bruh.
That's why these have gone up.
Forgetting all of your
Yeah,
skills, I'm not gonna remind you.
I know. That's why I'm only annoyed at myself. Arrow
Fun.
number 3.
Funny.
Nat 20.
Get it.
Full fucking damage.
Ooh.
Oh.
What does that look like? What is...
Here.
What's up, like 25?
Yeah, 25 points of damage.
Ouch. That hurts. That indeed hurts. You hear You hear the sort of pained, sort of squelching that this thing is doing as it's locked in place for the moment. But you hear a loud screeching sound. And thuds and banging and metal and all sorts of just noises of destruction from beyond this hallway.
Uh-oh.
I don't like the sound of that.
Me neither.
I told you to run. You hear in your mind. I would like you all to meet.
Oh, shit.
Fuck.
I would assume it's spending its turn just coming into the
Yep.
fray, right?
I'm going to show everybody on stream what this looks like, so that you have a good idea what this guy looks like.
Is that like an aboleth, or what the fuck is that?
Coffee.
Terrifying is what it is.
Coffee. Why?
Oh.
And instantly, as soon as it crawls up the whatever is behind this hallway, immediately devours the drow in front of you.
Oh, God.
Oh! Oh, we gotta run! Ah!
So let me roll initiative for it. Actually, it moves on. Moves at top of turn. So
Oh shit.
okay, so that's its turn at the top of the round. Kaz.
I have to start dealing with this thing now. I'm about the only thing that can keep this thing locked down. Alira, I'm leaving those two to you. So, with a parting single strike to the Illithid,
Mm-hmm.
that is a 24.
Hits.
That is going to be 9 points of lightning damage, and can it make a con save for me?
Okay.
Rolled poorly on that one, honestly. Given it with advantage.
19 plus things.
Yeah, it'll save. Damn it. Okay. So it's not gonna stay stunned, but I'm basically going to be leaping, basically kicking off of the Illithid and towards this thing.
It's massive. It's gooey. It's tentacles. It's a giant maw. Like it wants to eat you in one gulp. This thing is massive.
I'ma kick it.
You go kick it.
I'ma kick it.
You go kick it. Kick it, brother.
With a natural 20, no less.
Brother.
That's gonna be 22 points of lightning damage, and can I get it to make a con save, please? I have to stun it. No matter what happens, I have to stun this fucking thing, because if it gets a turn, we're fucked 9 ways from Sunday. Not 8 ways, not 6 ways, 9 ways. It'll find a new one.
Say con save.
In the Alps.
In the Alps.
That's a shitty fucking roll. God, that's a 12.
Dawn! Now I'm going to proceed to spend a Keepo Flurry of Blows and Wail on it. Wail on it hard.
So when an ability says that they could cast spells without the use of components, is that verbal as well?
Yes, however, it does still take an action. So...
Yeah, I understand. I'm just deciding what my Illithid's going to do.
But yes, it can do it without components.
As in, my stunned Illithid can cast spells.
The Illithid can't cast spells while stunned, but once it's unstunned, yes. Because stunned is also incapacitated. So it can't take actions.
Oh, that's dumb.
That's a 27.
27 to hit?
Yep.
Hits.
That'll be 11 points of lightning damage. Second one. That'll be a 29.
Hits.
And that's 14 points of lightning damage. Now, my haste action. I am going to use that action to take an attack action, but I'm also going to pop I'm gonna pop a use of Breath of the Dragon.
Okay.
Which is going to automatically fail because it's a dex save and it's stunned.
Yep.
So it's just gonna take some more lightning damage. $22 points of lightning damage.
Okay. Pretty effective turn, my friend.
Yep.
That's everything for you?
Yep, that's everything for me.
Arya.
Oh.
And there will be a roar from the top of the thing of Arya, set this thing on fire!
Oh, I got something better. Oh, I'm so excited. Hey! Give me 1 second while I look up the spell in question. Because this is a new one, and I haven't had the chance to use it yet, and I'm kind of stoked. I need to be within 60 feet of it.
Which you
You're
are.
in the door, so I would assume you are.
Yep, which you are.
Perfect. I would like to cast Disintegration on it.
Disintegrate.
Disintegrate.
Needs
At
to make a
the
con save,
6.
Con
Nope.
Wait,
Creature
dex.
targeted by this spell must make a dex saving throw.
Fail! Because it's stunned.
Wind it the fuck up! Alright. 10d6 plus 40 force damage. So, add a base. I get 40 damage.
Okay. Roll me some 10d6. I think is what it is, right?
Yep.
10d6 plus 40.
Yep.
There you go. On the roll 20. That's
Ooh.
88 damage, my guy!
Ooh. Ooh.
I'll blast through this fucking thing!
This thing's like shit. Hey!
I've been wanting to use that one since I was able to put it on. We're good. I'm so happy.
Bits and pieces
So anyways.
of this thing just start to fall off and turn to dust.
So anyways, I started blasting.
Revealing maybe something that you didn't expect. This thing has bits of hair.
Oh shit.
Oh no.
Falling off of it. Black
Oh, no.
and white. It screeches out in pain and agony as bits of it are now missing from its gargantuan worm-like form with tentacles and ooze as if it just came out of some kind of liquid. So that's Arya's turn.
That is my turn. I'm good.
Lagan, what do?
So
There's an elephant and a drow in front of you.
the Elithid is going to get Lagan in its space. The drow is going to get the spiritual weapon in its space.
Okay.
So I'm just going to step around to the side of Alira to get a strike on the Elithid.
A big Elithid. He looks like a leader of some kind.
Okay. Let's see, that is... 22 to hit.
Hits.
Ooh. Okay, that's going to be 16 points of bludgeoning and 7 points of lightning to the Elithid. And then the drow that is fucking with Alira, that is going to be a natural 20 for that thing.
Okay.
16 plus 21 total for force damage from the spiritual weapon.
Okay.
That's me.
Okay. That's you. Kurobe. Come on, buddy. Come on, buddy. It's a DC 12. Come on. That ain't gonna do it. It's DC 12, brother. He's still stuck.
Poor fucking Kurobe.
Poor Kurobe. Goddamn. Brother is having a bad day. So it brings me to the one drow who's left. Yeah, it doesn't like the situation going on right now.
Well, look, it runs back and gets eaten. It runs forward into Lagan and Alira and gets murdered. It's stuck in the fuck box.
It is stuck in the fuck box. So it's gonna try and deal with Alira. No, actually. It's gonna reach across and try and attack Lagan. Can't really get there though. Oh, well, yeah, maybe it can. Yeah, it can get there. It can get there to Lagan. Okay.
So that move though, it's in Alira. It was within melee range of Alira.
It still is.
Oh, it still is? Okay.
Yeah.
I might be just...
It circled her.
Yeah. No, I was looking at the wrong mini.
Wrong
Okay.
miniature. Yep.
You were looking at my spiritual weapon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I was gonna be like, is that the Alira gets? But that's fair enough.
2 short swords. Try and cut your head off. That's a 21 to hit.
That'll hit.
Okay. You're immune to poison damage. So you take 4 slashing. No, 8 slashing, sorry.
8.
8 slashing, yep. It's gonna try and hit you again.
Okay.
That's less likely. That's a 15 to hit.
Nope.
Okay. It tried. It tried. Alira, your response. You got a very hurt Illithid and a very hurt Drow next to you.
I'm gonna take my attacks on the Illithid.
Okay.
I'm 90% sure a 25 hits.
It does.
You gonna smite it?
Not on this attack. That's going to end up hitting for... God, why can't in my brain not math right now? 19.
How do you want to destroy that Illithid?
Perfect.
I think I end up slipping here the blade between the tentacles and putting it right through the beak underneath them. Out through the back of the head. And as that ends up happening, you see the eyes illuminate briefly as I pull out the blade, they land up, or they fall to the ground on their knees, unable to levitate anymore. As spiders and webbing starts to come out of the wounds, out of the mouth, almost as though they're vomiting forth a pile of spiders scattering about, and they have doubling back, starting to envelop this thing as though they're trying to cocoon it to savor it for later. Proceed to turn to Drow.
Beautiful. Genuinely beautiful.
Okay.
And you still got one attack and a drow sitting right there.
Yeah, we do.
And to be... on the swing. Does a 16 hit?
No. Not for the drow.
Alright, well, I'm not going to waste my luck on that one, so... That is where I'm going to hold off for now.
Okay, that's your turn. Well, I don't have a Mind Flayer anymore. Vanya.
Dumb question. Can Zephyr see me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because you're right here, and he's right here,
Yep.
like behind Arya.
Big fucker's getting an arrow.
Big fucker's getting an arrow.
And a level 5 Hail of Thorns.
Alright.
With Zephyr buffing the initial hit.
Okay, let's go.
If I remember right, it's stunned, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yep, okay. Dirty 20.
Hits.
And I make it with a 26. So no damage from the Hail of Thorns for me.
Alright, let's see here. Be lazy. 9 points piercing from the arrow. 5 points fire. And now for my favorite portion of this, the Hail of Thorns damage.
Okay. It instantly fails because it's stunned.
33.
Okay. That is a hefty hit, my friend.
5d10.
Yeah.
Indeed. what do you do next?
Gonna get another arrow.
All right.
19 to hit.
Hits.
Where's my dice? 8. 12 points damage.
Okay.
Third arrow.
Okay.
21 to hit.
Hits.
$15 points of damage.
Not quite, but it's looking real rough.
And that's
But
it
now
for me.
It would move to its turn, but it's stunned.
It is stunned.
That would make it my turn.
It can't. It seriously can't cast any of its non-component things.
Nope, because it
Even
still
stuns?
requires an action to cast a spell, and it cannot spend an action.
Okay. Kaz.
It's time for more fists. That is a 25.
Hits.
That is 8 points of lightning damage.
How do you want to do this?
Okay. So, given that Kaz is still under the haste effect, and all of that, I have a scene I want, kind of a little bit of a scene that I want to set, because I love Final Hits. I love them a lot. So, for the rest of those in the room, so the one drow that's probably scared out of its mind, Vanya, Alira, Lagan, Arya, if you're peeking in through the side, you'll see this too. You just see Kaz kind of raise his hand in a fist, and it sparks and coats with lightning. Before, it's like he himself turns to lightning, whipping around, bashing this thing left and right and up. And suddenly, just as it began, Kaz comes down from the top, slamming this thing into the floor, leaving basically a mini tornado of lightning in its wake. And him kind of striking sliding out of the said tornado in a pose, as this thing is well and truly getting torn apart by a tempest. For a visual look, see here.
And with that, the thing just crumples into pieces. The smell of lightning filling in the air in this building. The klaxon of the facility still blaring in your ears. Just the piles of bodies that now surround you. And this thing dead. Is this
Arya
what they were
takes
running
around
from?
Oh,
That's a question that enters all of your minds.
Yes, that's an additional question. Are we still in combat? Are those things still alive?
Nope.
I would
thought we
assume
still had a
that
drow
standing
left.
there is just like,
Or am I wrong about the drow that moved around?
yeah, there is still a drow there, but I guess
tried to attack me.
Yeah, it's no longer a threat. You can just swipe it and kill it if you wanted.
I was going to kick it into Alira and let Alira do that.
I'll give up my turn. I'll give up my turn for Alira to get a hit on it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we're basically out of combat, so it's basically narratively.
Yeah.
That's a narrative decision.
It's a narrative decision. You can kill it. You can take it with you. You can take a prisoner. You can do whatever you want to. With
if it runs out the door, it's gonna die anyways because it's gonna run into my insect play because it's still up.
Put it down. Oh my God, bugs! Just hear from beyond the door.
You told us to run. I think you're the one that needs to run.
Well, I mean,
the thing that told
really
you to run is dead.
Now. Yes, with spiders currently spewing out of it and cocooning it in silk, I would imagine.
I'm finally just gonna peek around the corner and call out.
Yeah, I'll go ahead. I'll smack it in the head with Mjolnir and give it some extra lightning damage.
Yep.
And it's
as opposed to just beating it into unconsciousness.
Well, no, it's the last living thing on the board that we were fighting. Kill it. Kill them all. The queen told us that was what we were supposed to do, right? Clear all this shit out of here?
Yeah, but I mean, killing enslaved drow is probably not gonna look the best.
It was also infested. That's.
What are you talking about? They're weak. They got caught. That is the natural order of things.
That's that's also true.
Did we lose a coffee?
Uh-oh.
I think we may have lost. No, he's still here. He's still here. He's just roboting. So it's just internet. We'll give it a moment.
We'll give it a second. It'll come back.
Give it a bit.
It's roboting. Bad.
Damn, dude.
Your camera's going out and freezing.
Yep. We'll give it a second.
Minute. Yeah, no, it's just internet stuttering, so we'll just
Yep.
Yeah.
let it settle. We should be fine.
Yep. Oh. Motherfucker.
Just your web, buddy. Don't worry about it.
Oh, there goes the stream.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's dying.
There went stream, yeah.
Funny thing is, I can still hear you.
Oh, the camera's moving normally now.
Is it back?
Yeah, there we go.
Hear ya.
There we go, you're back.
Here we go.
I can't start the stream back up, but I do have my recording still going, so I think we're just going to finish off, because this is where I was going to end it anyway.
Okay.
So, sorry about that. I get a little bit of exclusive content to YouTube. So, hi YouTube.
Hi YouTube.
Hi, YouTube.
So, you were assessing the situation and figuring out what this thing is, what is this thing? Why were they running from it?
Lagon also wants to collect some of those hairs that you described coming out and off of it. You said some were white.
Some are white. Like Alira's.
Are they similar to the hairs that I took out of Embryl and Caleb?
No, these are real hair.
Oh, it's real hair.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Oh, worried for a second.
That's where my mind went, is those hair-like things that were in the wounds from those two.
Okay.
But
Nope.
I'm still going to collect that because I want to try
I
not to.
solidly panicked when you said hair was falling out of it.
Yeah, because there was some of that, but it got disintegrated.
Well, what can I say? I need you to understand. I'm so happy I got to pop that off. That was.
Yeah, Arya basically poking her head at the door, pointing a finger at it and going, "Why don't you ride my lightning for a change?"
Going to give Alira a 3rd level heal.
And by this point, Kurobe has become unstunned and is pissed. And just starts
And
slashing at the rest of the corpse of this thing that y'all have successfully taken down. Out of anger, mostly.
Understandable.
Let him have it. He deserves.
Yeah.
He deserves something today.
He does. God. Vanya's gonna go over and study the thing. See if she can figure out what the hell it was.
Okay. Make an investigation check.
Character sheet, please. Where? Ooh, that's decent. 18.
It's definitely Illithid in origin. But it was coming after them.
Weird.
23 HP for Alira. And I'll spend a 2nd level on Kurobe.
Okay.
And Vanya will let the group know what she's figuring out about it.
Sorry.
So what you find out, it is Illithid in origin, but it also looks like it is part drow. You're not sure how exactly to explain it, but Alira, you've heard of instances like this where an Illithid colony gets overrun by its own creations.
I was always curious on how that keeps happening. It's not common. Then again, Illithids aren't of our world. Maybe they don't react so well to certain things on the material plane. They exist outside our world, and now, who knows? Maybe something doesn't bind right, or maybe there's some kind of fracture. It's not something we fully understand just yet, though. Then again, I'm used to observing, scouting, keeping ahead of them. Might kill them when given the opportunity, pick off a stray here or there. But coming in with this kind of force that the Lucky Sevens afford me, that's... Oh, what did they say in the surface world? Game-changing. They start inspecting the bodies, trying to end up ascertaining answers, but still, I'm not convinced this area is clear. But what could have caused them to turn on their masters? That's That's a curious question, after all. I pontificate this aloud. Yeah, so you're particularly... Oh, go ahead.
Suppose all things have a moment where they gain enough self-realization that they're stronger than their captors. If that's the case of this.
I'm not so sure. If they were stronger than their captors, how did they get captured in the first place? More importantly, mind flayers are masters of manipulation, going so far as to change one's brain, far less mind. Control, submission, and capture, transformation. These are their tools of the trade. This is not something that's permitted. Hard enough to end up controlling slaves with minds of their own. But the consciousness that the mind flayers offer doesn't make any sense. We're missing something. But I suppose that's outside of the scope of the task given to us. So, spending more time thinking of it, I don't see being much of a benefit to us right now, unless I'm missing something. We have a job to do.
We do.
And we're still very young into this excursion.
You make your way through the rest of the facility. And you find the hatchery. But you find it empty. All that's left are pools of brine. No tadpoles. No brain. No elder. Nothing but corpses. Bits and pieces. A leg here. An arm there. A head strewn across the room. Drow, Intellect Devourer, Mind Flayer alike. Puddles of brine kind of fill the whole room. The pools are almost completely empty.
Is there a spot where a elder brain would have been in this room?
There is a central pool, but it is empty. Nothing but a shallow puddle of water, of watery brine.
I have a thought, and I don't like this thought because I don't know exactly how it's possible. What if what we just killed was the elder brain and it just pulled a bunch of bits and pieces together so it could actively attack us? Because that's what this is looking like.
You're muted, Mojo.
You're muted.
Maybe that's why they were so afraid of it. Why the one told us to run.
But then, that doesn't explain. An elder brain. I mean, the last time we were here, it didn't destroy its own. What good is that? It seemed like they were intent on just growing and growing and growing. God, just look at all of this. And Arya will plug her nose. The scent of corpses, blood thick in the air.
I don't know how these abominations grow or reproduce or whatever it is they do. The pools are empty. It looks like they've all been slaughtered. The other brain's not here, so...
So how is it that there's more appearing?
I don't know. I have no clue. And like Alira said, there's something missing to explain all of this.
A big something.
I don't know what it is. Hell, I don't even know how to find it. Can I cast a detect magic in the area
Certainly.
to try to see if there are any lingering spell effects that could possibly be tied to this? Right.
Your detect magic would find that a lot of the technology used here is magical in some respect.
Mm-hmm.
But so what are you looking for exactly?
I'm trying to see more, not just the equipment, but around the pool of the Elder Brain, or where an Elder Brain should be in this place.
Mm-hmm.
If there's potentially some kind of magic not associated with their equipment that could potentially be involved with the suspicion that we're, at least I'm seeing that several of us are coming to, that somehow the Elder Brain was that aberrant abomination that just killed of the conglomeration of Elithids and Drow and whatever else it was.
Nothing in particular.
Okay. What schools of magic was I able to detect off the equipment?
Just off the equipment.
Actually, I don't have to spend a spell slot for that. I can do that ritually.
Yeah. I'm trying to think of what the schools of magic are, because there's
Conjuration, abjuration, things like that.
it doesn't really give off much of a school
Oh,
feeling per se. The closest thing that you probably could think of would be abjuration, but that's only like in the pools,
okay.
and it's not even very strong per se.
Right. And it's not truly a school, it's just a feeling of.
Yeah, you don't really have. There's not anything here that was cast as a spell. Everything here is powered magically, but that's very similar to what happens in Cultcaster.
Right, I would sense the magic, and if
Mm-hmm.
there was a school, I would know
Yeah.
what the school. That's all.
Closest
And I would
thing is
know
abjuration, and that's in the pools, and that's really not a spell.
Okay.
And looking at this place, whatever it was, broke out.
You know,
From where?
from the largest pool. You see plenty of destruction in its wake, too.
So somehow the Elder Brian is involved in whatever that was.
You're getting ready to say something, Arya?
I'm thinking about it. And the more I try to think about it, the less I like it. That thing back there, that really big whatever the fuck that was, it was partly drow, is what you all said. So, if that thing is part drow and part illithid, what's something else we've seen that morphs things together like that? I can only think of really one place that did that. Do we think it's related?
I certainly do.
Could be. Don't like the thought of it, but
Well, no, me neither. Oh, God.
I know when we found the pieces on the train, it looked like it was part of that flesh tree that they've been at this a while. Everything we've run into has somehow been connected to them, to what they were pulling up out of the desert and to the tree. I don't like any of it, and I don't know how much of it they were able to get away with for any of their experimentation, not just on their soldiers, but whomever they're allied with throughout.
Hold on, now that I think about it, how long ago did your kinds encounter the illithids, Alira?
Alera?
Okay.
Arya asked you a question.
Oh, I wasn't aware that question was directed towards me.
Yeah, she said
Sorry.
Alera.
Okay, I don't know why I misheard that.
She asked you how long ago your kind encountered the illithids. And you would know it was millennia ago.
Yeah. No. They have been a universal constant for as long as I've been around. The sad truth of it is that they've gone to ground, started infesting caverns. I don't know when it actually started. I do know this, a lot of our oldest stories have been us at war with them, losing ground. That's why we developed such grandiose cities. But it's why we ride spiders. A large part of who we are is defined by our struggle against the Mind Flayer menace. Long since during the time of the first queen, I hear tales of illithids. since even before the dragons and giants came to war again and decimated the surface. They're akin to a cancer. Something that grows, that festers, but doesn't kill you outright. Instead, it just languishes and grows. In time, I've no doubt they'll reach the surface, and when they do, they will have a whole cavalcade of new processes. For as impressive as what you all have above, to some of the tales I've heard, it's mere trinkets and baubles compared to what they've managed to manufacture. It's pitiable when I think of it.
So, since before the dragons. Okay, well, there goes my theory. Huh.
Well, here, what are you trying to theorize?
Well, if I'm trying to discern if it was before the time of dragons, then I'm trying to figure out if maybe perhaps when they went to ground, if it was after the calamity by some means, and then they would find the remains of the calamity somewhere, somehow. But if that isn't the case, then Arya just shrugs. If they were here before dragons, certainly not. Not likely.
What if your question or your perception is the problem? You conceive of things in linear time. You were once a child, now an adult. You were young, then you grow old. To my understanding, that is not a bounds they understand fully.
Huh?
When I say a constant, they have less in common with you as they have in common with the color purple. You can point to something that is purple. It has a notion of a hue that you would recognize as purple. But you can't point to the color purple. You cannot show me the color purple. You can show me something that is purple, but purple itself doesn't exist unto itself. That is the realms that they call home. So when you ask about time, for them it's an immaterial. They're not have been here for forever. It's they have always been. They are the old enemy and the new enemy.
My theory that they have somehow managed to procure, in some manner, the materials that we, well, more accurately, Kaz took the souls of. Those are the only things I know that have created or caused creations of these abominations. They were much more numerous around the tree. And the Empire started mining and harvesting it for their own purposes, and what all those purposes are, well, we don't know. We know they used some of it to transform their soldiers into at least something appearing or close to what they were missing with everything that was outlawed in the Empire. We saw what it did to the animals. It turned them into other things. If they somehow got a hold of even a small piece of this and somehow the brain got it, it may not explain everything, but at least to me it has some degree of explanation into how the elder brain could start absorbing these other things that are around it.
Oh. Uh. Arya just holds her head for a second, confused. She's got a very concerned look in her eyes. I think I need to sit down. Not here.
That wouldn't be recommended.
Lifts shoe. There's something stringy coming off of it. Steps back down.
If is there any more to this area for us to investigate to see if there are any more of the Illithid or Drow hiding in this area? Or are we in the
In this
back of...
facility? In this
Yeah.
facility, there's nothing left. There's nothing else. There are other facilities in the complex, but this facility, there's nothing left.
Is the klaxon still going off?
Yes.
Then we continue.
Yeah, I believe it's the next building in this facility, in this compound, for us to begin investigating then.
Which we can get to next time.
Woohoo.
Woohoo!
This is what I get for not having caffeine.
I would say, I would make one recommendation if we have the time. Do we have enough to take like a short rest for people like Arya that can regain their...
Need a long rest to restore any of my shit.
I thought with a short rest you got your meta magic stuff back. Not your spells, but the ability to alter your spells came back with a...
I think short rest you can get your sorcery points back.
That's what
but the sorcery points don't mean jack shit if I don't have spell slots, so...
Well, you can spend them to make spell slots, though.
Oh, yeah!
So if you need spell slots, you can short rest, get your sorcery points back, and buy your spell slots back, basically.
There was 21 HP that went back to Kurobe. The short rest would also allow us, anybody that didn't get fully healed from any healing.
As long as you find a place that you think is safe.
I don't think anywhere around here is safe, but this is cleared out. And we can rotate people on the door to...
Yeah, let's do that. We'll
hey, somebody's trying to come in.
Hey, I'm sleeping here.
I only need one hit die to get back to full.
Yeah, that's fine. A short rest is easy to do, and we can come back to that at the next that point next time. There's this section that's going to just be on YouTube because I continued the recording. But if you have made it this far, YouTube, thank you so much for watching. This is my stream broke because technical difficulties, but you all got to see this last little bit here, and which means that you also get to watch us give out some experience points. So I think we can do that here really quick. So you all get your 5 for showing up today.
Yay, I'm a third of the way to level 12.
Congratulations.
I'm glad that you're
Hello.
here today, Lethality, because I have been missing you.
Yes.
I have finally leveled up.
Yay!
Yeah!
You can level up on a long rest. You will not be able to use
Can't
your
see it.
features or anything like that you get as a result of it until you get your long rest. But congratulations, Lyra.
We'll be able to claw our way out sooner rather than later, hopefully.
Yeah.
Mm.
So, for having defeated a Neolithid, you get
Hey.
10 experience as part of today's session.
Get how much?
The 10, the maximum.
Okay.
For
Thank you.
the rest of completing the objectives for today. And so let's talk about some roleplay prompts for you all to deliberate about. So, who pushed our plot today?
I want to give
I
that
give
to
that
Alira.
to Oh, I was gonna say Kaz. Kaz was the hard charger here.
Yeah, but I mean, the thing is, like, yes, he ran forward, he hit things really, really, really hard in the face, but when it comes to the
With
actual
stuns.
plot,
Mm.
when it comes to the actual plot, that was you guys. So I want to give it to Alira, especially for, talking about the nature of the Illithids as someone who is pretty familiar with them. I think that's more forwarding of the plot.
Mm.
I
Second.
I'll
think
give it
this
to
whole
Lyra.
down here is on Alira. We're here to help her people, and we're pushing her at least some personal plot for her, and helping clean all of this shit out for her people.
Thank
So-
you.
So
Yes.
yeah, I think Alira gets that because she deserves it.
Yes. Yes, she does.
So, best scene, even if it is
Fucking
shared.
Kaz coming in clutch with that stun.
Look, I
Mhm.
need to start creating monsters that are immune to stun, okay?
You do.
The scene for
Coffee,
me,
it is literally the only thing I have going for me right now.
I have
The-
to make up for it with you and Kurobe. The whole reason that you even had a horde beforehand was because Kurobe was in the mix.
I love the Kaz battle scenes, but the opening battle with there's suddenly a huge fireball, and now there's a huge semi-obscured cloud of insects surrounding all of these dumbasses. Fuck you all.
Yeah, the surprise round was also really good.
Yeah, that was.
That's the scene for
Which
me that really sticks out. If we hadn't had that,
I'm willing to back that up because I think I've got I wanna take a line here. So yeah, I'm willing to back that up.
Okay, so who are we thinking?
Lagan specifically.
Lagan. Okay.
Arya for me.
Mm.
Oh, Lagan. Okay.
Yeah.
I was okay.
To be fair, the reason I say that is because of the fact that yes, whilst yours was the second thing, yours also lingered like basically throughout the entire thing. I mean,
Yeah.
It's
the
still
drow
going.
ran into it. Yeah, the drow
If we
ran into
leave
it.
now, we're going to run into it unless we skirt the edge.
We're short resting, so it would disappear because it's only 10.
Yeah, it's going to disappear. But I was saying, if we had just walked out the door, it's still
It would
there
still
for like
be
another 7.5 minutes.
unless you decided to actually dispel it.
Yes. And no,
Yeah.
it's there partly to not only help in case, like I said, take a short rest. Anybody that's going to come at us has to get through that. And we've still got somebody that can keep an eye out if they need to through the door
Yeah.
to let us know if somebody's trying to come at us.
So
That'd be
yeah, I want to give it to Lagan because the Hornet Blender.
Fair.
Yeah, I'll give it to Lagan for that, with a honorable mention for Arya for that fucking disintegrate.
That disintegrate. Oh my god, that was so clutch.
88 fucking damage. That is the most
88
damage I've ever inflicted.
Point.
That's the most damage I ever did in any D&D game ever.
Yeah, it's a save will suck, but if you hit it,
Oh.
Felt good.
For me, that's as clutch as a power word stun or a power word kill.
Well, I think majority
So,
says
yeah.
Lagan.
Yeah.
Yeah. The leg on.
Yeah.
Best line?
I'm gonna put my hand up for that.
Is it for that moment when the Illithid said something along the lines of, "You should leave," and you responded, "Die."
Yeah. The elephant. Leave.
Cool. That's what I wrote too. I wrote it
Die.
down. That's what I wrote too. I seconded.
I just find it funny on how Kaz tries to end up coming across as all educated and shit, and then immediately it's like, it ends up going into this whole bit where he'll end up going die. And it's like,
Look,
really?
he's not he's wise, but he's not educated. He has an int of like 12. He's not stupid, but educated? Nah.
More educated than me.
More educated than Kurobe.
Kurobe's
But
a
then
6.
everyone's more educated than Kurobe.
Kurobe's a 6.
Bro can't read.
Bro can barely read.
We're lucky he can string 2 words together. But we love him because he gets to punch things, and he's our word punch.
It's okay. That's why we gave him Stewart, so that he can read more. Just pulls him out of the bag.
Yep. Well, that about does it for the experience for tonight. You guys did fantastically. I enjoyed this combat, even though it was kind of a horde wave, and then a boss. But
work.
I think
it was so
you had
fun,
a lot
dude.
of flexibility. You had a lot of stuff going. You still had other stuff you could do, even with when Kaz was keeping something pinned.
Yeah,
it felt epic. I won't lie. It felt pretty epic. And when the big monster came in, I was like, "Shit!"
That's why Kaz immediately jumped at it. Like, no, I need to lock this thing down like right now.
Everyone locked in at that moment. It was great.
Didn't get around with it. I still didn't get around with it.
Yeah, you did. You ate a drow. That was the one thing you got to do.
It ate a drow.
The entire
That's just to get you guys to shit your pants.
See, the thing is, Coffee. It probably would have gotten around if it also hadn't taken basically the save or suck spell in D&D.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Disintegrate is the save or suck spell, and
No,
because it's a dex save.
Unless you put it in orb form.
I mean, to be fair, you all kind of came in together. You coordinated a little bit, with the stun, with it being an auto fail on the stun when it's stunned, with me not being able to utilize its abilities because it can't take actions. I was in a suck it kind of position here, so kudos to you guys. So
yeah,
you guys really came in clutch. That could have gone a lot worse because there was Illithids, an Ulithard, a Neolithid, intellect devourers, and drow warriors.
Oh, it was an Ulithard. That was the bigger one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Ulithard.
Yeah, Ulithard, Neothalids.
Mm-hmm.
That's what happened to the Elder Brain. It evolved basically because that's how Neothalids are made.
Fair. Yeah.
Yeah.
So the Neothalid was basically the Elder Brain that had developed a body.
Oh, hey, you know what? I called that one. Not the way I thought it happened, but I'll take that.
Yep. Because you guys came in clutch. You guys coordinated really well, and you do that very well. The Lucky Sevens are good at that.
Yeah.
So you deserve
really,
all the experience.
We do that really without communicating too. I've noticed.
Oh.
Yeah.
It just falls in naturally.
Yeah. No. Sorry. It's basically I should correct. It's not an Elder Brain evolved. It's a fetus that should have been aborted, but couldn't. Because the Elder Brain was gone. Probably from some other kind of external assault, which means we need to be careful. and nothing to take it. If any tadpoles survive past that stage, they basically become every illithid goes. That needs to either die or we need to run. That's why they were running.
Oh shit.
Fun.
We'll have to find out next time.
Mhm.
Anyway, that does it for us here at CoffeeCat Presents. Obviously, with this last little bit being on YouTube, you guys should go over to Twitch because that's where we do things live, and you know, all of that stuff. And also join the Discord. All of the links and stuff will be down below for all of the things that that you may want to, you want to, follow us on Twitch, you want to do more subscribe, you want to join the Discord, all of that's in the description below. Normally we would sign off on Twitch and raid, but yeah, we don't have a stream right now. So in that case, YouTube, you get to be the ones to say good night, everybody.
Good night.
Good night, everyone.
Bye.
Good night.
Good night, everyone.